Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121, Beheading Him. This is the land of the earth, the Lois, the son of the third generation of Earth Shadows in the Rock Ninja Village, and the explosive Ninja Heller. Looking at the team of hundreds of people, they swaggered into the venue. The expressions of all Konoha ninjas turned ashen, which was a challenge to them. However, now that the matter has been implicated in the three major ninja villages, the whole body is affected, and they cannot be allowed to mess around. Danzo, you did a good job this time. 3 generations of Hokage's face sank, and he sighed and said, if I had known earlier, this kind of thing would have happened today. When you sent someone to assassinate me, I shouldn't have let you go. Many people were taken aback by this secret. In their eyes, Danzo can be regarded as a competent advisor besides being arbitrary. However, now that one piece of black history has been exposed, this completely subverts their cognition. Assassinating Hokage, that is a crime of treason. Danzo's face became gloomy and uncertain. He gritted his teeth and stared at Long Yu. Hi, if you hadn't robbed me of Naruto, don't always use Wairu's means. According to my plan, Konoha Ninja Village is enough to become the #1 in the ninja world. Since I have torn my face now, don't blame me for not thinking about the past. Having said this, Danzo's eyes turned in vain. Wudong, the one who killed the 3 generations of Mizukage and robbed the tailed beast of the mist, Nin Village's Uchiha Ryu. However, this man's mind and means are very good. When you act, try to be careful. There was a sound of gasping for air in the arena. Sandai Mizukage was killed and the 3 tails were captured, but it was directly ordered by Sandai Hokage to block it. Although it was shocking, as soon as this matter was pierced, it was immediately. Let Long Yu's strength image soar directly to the shadow level. Fart, soldiers face each other on the battlefield, either you die or I die. Zilai's face sank, and he said first, could it be that you are only allowed to kill 3 generations of water shadows, and others are not allowed to fight back? If that's the case, our Konoha Shinobi village would like to follow suit and let Hokage go for a walk outside your village and kill the people who leave the village one by one, and see if you can speak so confidently. Okay, Lord Jiraiya said it well. Only state officials are allowed to set fires, and people are not allowed to light lamps. If your 3 generations of water shadows were killed, that's not as good as other people's skills. As soon as I come here, I shout to hand over someone, do you want your face? The Konoha ninjas in the field instantly echoed, and they all spoke out accusations. After all, the perennial battles have caused their parents and relatives, etc., to lose their lives on the battlefield. It would be absurd if the murderer could be handed over with just a few words. Looking at the one-sided situation in an instant, the elders of Wu Nin Village's withered bark-like cheeks were full of ashen. Okay, very good, is this what your Konoha Shinobi village gave us? The old man looked at the 3 generations of Hokage coldly. This is forcing us to fight again at all costs in the village of Wu Ninja. The awe-inspiring voice could not help but be high, get up. Facing the words of Jiraiya and the people of Konoha Ninja Village, Kirito Ninja Village was obviously unable to stand firm in front of Li Zi. The only thing I can do is to tear my face and slap it. 3 generations of Hokage's face sank, and he walked out slowly. I am sorry, if any one of the villages died on the battlefield, and then jumped out to let our Konoha Ninja Village hand in people, then who of us would dare to throw our heads on the battlefield? Even if you put it in your Mist Ninja Village, it doesn't make sense. If you insist on doing this, then see who has the bigger fist. Looking at the toughness of the 3 generations of Hokage, the scene immediately. There was a chorus of applause. As the 3 generations of Hokage said, there is no way to bless the warriors, and there are still people who are willing to go to the battlefield for the village. The elders of Wu Nin Village, with a stagnant expression, looked at Danzo. Right now he is talking too hard, and it is hard to ride a tiger. If there is no breakthrough progress, I am afraid I can only leave with a tail tucked away. S expression sank, and he said, Sarutobi, I never thought that you, who has always been a moderate, would not hesitate to fight for a Uchiha Ryu. Although, you keep your mouth shut, you may be able to speak to the Mist Ninja Village, but if you face the 3 ninja villages teaming up, I really want to know if you will still be angry. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the huge venue changed. The look of the 3 generations of Hokage also changed, and before he could speak, the Loisanai representing Yan'an village had already come out of the crowd. 3 generations of Hokage, we are a genius in Rock Ninja Village. Deidara has disappeared, suspected to be related to Konoha Ninja, Uchiha Ryu. I hope you will hand over people to confrontation. Who seemed to have a thick face, was the first to speak. I, who was on the side, also gave Long Yu a deep look and said, I originally planned to meet again in the name of Shadow, but I didn't expect that we would meet so soon on this occasion. I really want to know if you have anything to do with the disappearance of the 3 generations of Raikage. I hope you can come with us for the sake of Konoha Ninja Village. If you are innocent, of course we will let you go, but if you are really with you, don't blame me for being rude. 3 generations of Raikage also disappeared, and there was an uproar in the field. With the disappearance of the genius of Iwa Ninja Village, Raikage, who is known as the strongest in this generation of shadows, actually disappeared. This is even more shocking if, as they said, all this is related to Uchiha Longyu. This is too shocking. Teacher. Jiraiya also looked anxious, looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, and showed an inquiring expression. Now that the 3 major ninja villages are attacking at the same time, the meaning is obviously different. In particular, there is also Danzo, the shit stirrer, and it will be very difficult to suppress this matter. Haha, you didn't think of Sarutobi's situation. Now, for the sake of Konoha Shinobi Village, how do you choose? Danzo laughed recklessly. Now, I'll give you a chance to tie up Uchiha Ryu, which may be able to calm down the 3 major ninja villages, otherwise the 100-year-old foundation of Konoha Ninja Village will be defeated in your hands. In the future, under the Yellow Springs, I will see how you will explain to the shadows of all dynasties. The balance of the situation was suddenly broken with the strong intervention of the 3 major ninja villages. When everyone's expressions turned ashen, the applause that floated in their ears made one's nerves tense. The master finally said, I said, Danzo, you are not only licking dogs, but kneeling and licking. At the licking dog couldn't help but startled, even Danzo was no exception. He obviously couldn't understand such new age words. Don't you understand? Long Yu smiled warmly, and said slowly, it's just that they raped your mother, and you knelt aside and said okay. You keep saying that you want to be Hokage, but you're bullying you. You're riding on a horse and hugging your thighs. You have a face. Crude words are hard to come by in the Hall of Elegance. However, as soon as the words fell, immediately let the cheers ring out in the field. Okay, this is a good saying, licking a dog and riding a horse is right. As a Konoha person, I even worship outsiders as fathers, bah. Lick dog Danzo, the description is really apt. This Uchiha kid is not only good at memes, but also speaks every word. It seems that the Uchiha family also has good descendants. A moment ago, Danzo colluded with Orochimaru to assist the 3 major ninja villages to sneak into Konoha Ninja Village, and shouted in public. There was a sigh of resentment in everyone's heart. Now Long Yu's words have obviously allowed them to find a vent. However, compared to the others, Jiraiya still looked ashen. Literally speaking, he has the upper hand, but in the current situation, the 3 major ninja villages have obviously torn their skin. Very difficult to solve the current endgame. Dragon Feather. Something but stopped, but was quickly interrupted by Long Yu's casual smile. Come over here. The sudden action made Uchiha Itachi look stagnant, but he still trotted over. Brother, what are your plans? I will stand by your side to support you. Uchiha Itachi raised his small fist and looked a little cute. Now he has not shouldered the responsibility of the Uchiha family, so even his words are still a little childish. Silly kid. Long Yu rubbed Itachi's head with his hand and said, I have already made up my mind when I come back this time. The 3 major ninja villages are just a passing scene. Murderers are always killed. If you want to tie your hands and feet, it's not in line with my way of forbearance. Having said this, Long Yu smiled and looked at Danzang and said, Tuanzang, you have the righteousness of this framework, but these alone can't overwhelm me. Inexplicably speaking, not only Konoha, but also the 3 major ninja villages and Danzo can't figure it out. Danzo's heart sank directly, and a stern expression flashed in his pupils. Uchiha brat, I know you have great skills, but in this situation, I will see if you have the ability to solve it. Today, it's hard for you to fly even if you put your wings on it. Killing the water shadows, you must pay the price, you can't escape death today. The elders of Mist Ninja Village also echoed coldly. Atmosphere suddenly changed, swords were drawn. Everyone's eyes turned to Long Yu subconsciously, eager to know how he could solve the predicament in front of him. However, at the next moment, the genial smile on the corner of Long Yu's lips, and the words that fell in the air, tightened everyone's nerves. Who can cut off his head? My lord, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A playful voice suddenly echoed. The ghost shark with a shark face suddenly burst into flames. The shark muscle that was handed over in Long Yu's hands was directly pulled out, and under the watchful eyes of the public, it was directly slashed at the elders of Mist Ninja Village. Poof! The huge head was thrown straight out. Da Peng's blood splattered, and even the pears on his side, and the savage with grass bait, also splattered on his face. Before they could react, the beheading sword in the hands of Lo Kuat Shizang had already been the first to hang his head. Bloody water, 2 human heads rolled to the ground, and the hot blood splashed out, giving people a kind of shocking feeling. The huge venue fell into a dead silence, and it was almost audible. Chapter 121, I'm Enough Alone. Originally one of the ace of the Mist Ninja Village, the 7 members of Mist Ninja turned their backs without warning. An instant, the elder of Wu Ninja Village and 2 other 7 people were beheaded. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? What's more, the person who caused all this was the bloody Asura of Konoha Ninja Village. Sir, we have recovered this thing. Lo Kuat Shizang picked up the droplets of the explosive knife and the blunt knife to cut it. Coupled with the beheading swords and shark muscles in their hands, the 7 ninja swords all fell into their hands. Since then, the 7 members of the ninja swordsmen have been directly removed from the Wu Ninja Village. Okay, then, leave the village with me. Long Yu patted the dust on his body and walked out slowly under the shocked eyes of everyone. Brother, can I follow you if you want to go? Itachi grabbed the corner of Long Yu's clothes. Long Yu patted his hand, shook his head and said, Itachi, this road is not easy to walk. In this life, you should take another road. In the original novel, Itachi was burdened with the mission of Konoha and the crime of genocide, and went forward with difficulty on the road of rebellion. This time, since Itachi could call him eldest brother, Long Yu didn't mind changing his destiny. After all, for Long Yu who owns the system, everything is a breeze. Moreover, he told Long Yu in the dark, how to go on this aimless road to get the final result. Long Yu, you stopped Uchiha Fuyu's complexion and reacted first. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of Long Yu and said, do you know what nonsense you are talking about? What to say? Long Yu smiled playfully, patted Fuyu on the shoulder, and passed by. From the beginning, I planned to be a traitor. Let's go. Abandoning these words, Long Yu threw himself and disappeared in place. The following Lo Kuat Shizang and Ghost Shark were also prepared to use the water escape shuttle to the extreme. Seeing that the 3 of them left the venue in an instant, the crowd suddenly woke up. Go and chase, the barrier gate of Konoha Ninja Village has been blocked, and they can't escape. Danzo's face froze, and he roared in a hurry. He made a calculation, deduced everything behind his back, and asked himself if he had never been passive. However, from the moment he set foot in this venue to now, he felt as if he was being led by the nose. Right now, even the three major ninja villages joined forces to force the palace, but it was easily disintegrated by Long Yu, and the village left with a single word of betrayal. It was too difficult for them to accept it. Karabi and the others moved instantly. The Lois also rushed out with a large force. It's just that in the village of Wu Ninja, the dragons were headless, and there was a brief commotion below, and they quickly reacted and chased out. Seeing that the scene fell into chaos in an instant, Zilai also said anxiously, "Teacher, what should we do? That kid is not like a joke. Go after it first, and then decide when you have something." 3 generations of Hokage's face sank, and he hurriedly issued an order, immediately. Let the people from Anbu go to capture Danzo and Orochimaru. Minato and Tsunade, go to chase Long Yu. If necessary, try to delay the pace of the 3 major ninja villages. I will try to open the gate as soon as possible. Sir, in front of you is the sealed gate of Konoha. Loquat Shazang and Ghost Shark looked up at the door in front of them, their faces solemn. Water escape water dragon bomb. Loquat Shazang took the lead. Hands flew over, and a series of spells fell instantly. The stray water around it quickly gathered, and it turned into a huge water dragon of more than 10 meters under its body. Roar! The moment the water dragon came out, it roared in the sky and slammed into the ceiling gate. Boom! As soon as it approached, a layer of red enchantment instantly unfolded. Accompanied by the deafening crashing sound, the water dragon shattered. That layer of fiery red enchantment was only slightly concave and quickly recovered. This barrier has a very strong defense. As long as it can't break through in an instant, it will draw strength from all directions and quickly repair itself. Loquat Shazang's face changed slightly. Although I have long heard that the enchantment setting of Konoha Ninja Village was formulated by the Uzumaki clan who are proficient in sealing an enchantment. But after trying it out for myself, I found out why the Uzumaki clan was targeted. In the face of this kind of blow that cannot be broken, the Great Seal formation that can be repaired by continuously mobilizing power is enough to kill 99% of the ninjas. Unless a large army is assembled, the strength of the attack is compensated by the number of people. With the help of the induction seal set at the beginning, they still have a minute to catch up, and there are too many people to set the exact number. The ghost shark looked back at Long Yu, cracked the teeth like a serrated shark, and said with a smile, "I think the adults already have the confidence to break through the barrier." Ghost Shark, what's your attitude? Can you measure the power of an adult casually? Loquat Shazang scolded coldly. In Mist Ninja Village, he already knew that the Ghost Shark is a rebellious person. It would be too rude to question in front of Long Yu now. If he gets involved in the wrong way, the head will not be guaranteed. Senior Shazang, I'm just telling the truth. Ghost Shark is still smiling. But looking at the thing that suddenly flew out, it quickly stiffened. You bastard, the boss is also something you can question. I'll kill you. 3 tails jumped out of Long Yu's backpack. Beneath the fist-sized body, a giant tail quickly enlarged, and a gust of wind swung it towards the Ghost Shark. At a close distance, the Ghost Shark is obviously unable to hide. Hurry, he could only lift the shark muscle in his hand to block it in front of him. Boom! Huge impact, immediately. Let the Ghost Shark fly upside down. Like thunder, it slammed on the barrier of the enchantment, making a rolling crashing sound. Roar! With a successful strike, the 3 tails roared up to the sky, and once again shook their body and burst into a powerful chakra wave. The current Ghost Shark is not 12 or 13 years later, a human-shaped tailed beast that completely fits with the shark's muscles. Strength is very outstanding, but it is still easy to be abused in front of the tail beast. That was flying like a sharp blade again. The Ghost Shark was in a hurry and wanted to quickly seal with both hands. Okay, don't fool around, little 3. Long Yu patted the head of the 3 tails, making the originally fierce and vicious 3 tails instantly become pleasant, like ha, and quickly put away the tail. Boss, why don't you let me kill him? I said, if you eat a meal, I will kill 10 people for you 10, the kind of blood you see. Sanwei suddenly released the shape of the tail, and directly jumped on Long Yu's shoulder, with a look of ingratiating expression on his face. This scene made the ghost shark bewildered. In his eyes, the tailed beast runaway can only be suppressed by mobilizing most of the village's elite. In the face of Sanwei's violent attack just now, he even wanted to die. Right now, Long Yu suppressed the three tails, who didn't even have the seal added privately, which was too shocking to the world. Okay, he's a newcomer, you old man, please forgive him once. Long Yu patted Sanwei on the head, interrupting its chatter. Looking at the ceiling barrier in front of him, he took a deep breath. Just try this trick. One person. Ghost Shark's expression froze and said, Sir, why don't we join forces? You are good at thunder and can be linked with water, which greatly increases the power of the attack. After the ghost shark stabilized the turbulent chi and blood in his body, he hurriedly proposed. For this suggestion, Lo Kuat Shizang didn't know whether the ghost shark was out of kindness or deliberately said it. But this is also a good way. No need, I'm enough alone. Long Yu smiled warmly, and after relaxing his body a little, his breath instantly burst. Lei Dun Chakra Mode. Bang! The violent thunder arc echoed and ravaged all around. Even the expressions of the ghost shark and Lo Kuat Shizang changed, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. What a strong chakra manipulation ability. This seems to be the ninjutsu performed by I in the group in Yun Nin village. The ghost shark's face changed suddenly. Being from Anbu, he is still very clear about the current information of the ninja world. Very least, to display the thunder chakra mode, precise chakra manipulation is required. However, although Lei Dun is hailed as the one with the strongest destructive power among the 5 major attributes, just relying on one's own strength to break the barrier in front of you, I am afraid it will be very difficult. It is enough for one person in Long Yu's mouth, which really makes them feel hesitant. Feel the chakra and gather the power of the whole body on the right hand. Long Yu's eyes widened, and the violent thunderbolt chakra poured into his right hand like a rolling thunder. Hell's thrusts are all 4. The 4 fingers merged, and the violent thunder light was raging, and the thunder light of about a foot was swallowed, as sharp as a long spear, tearing the air forcibly. It gave off a terrifying smell. The crackling sound made the scalp feel numb. This is the 3-generation Raikage's 4-legged stab from hell. The ghost shark's face changed drastically. At the meeting, everyone only speculated on whether the 3rd generation of Raikage was killed by Long Yu, and did not dare to draw conclusions at will. After all, the strength of the 3 generations of Raikage is in front of us, and it is known as the strongest shadow in the contemporary era, which was killed by a mere 17 or 18-year-old boy. Who wants to believe it? But seeing this stab from hell appearing in Long Yu's hands, the scene in front of him makes people unable to refute. My lord, I didn't expect Raikage to fall into your hands. Lo Kuat Shizang's expression also changed, and he said anxiously, if you rely on this trick, plus I use the water escape assistance. No need. Long Yu interrupted first. In his consciousness, those people were already approaching. The 4 stabs of hell are all hand in hand, and the power gradually increases as the number of fingers decreases. When there is 1 finger left, the consistent hand displayed will be hailed as the strongest spear. But this mastery requires constant attack and accumulation with Lei Dun chakra to achieve it. For the 3 generations of Raikage, there may be no way to break through this process. However, for Long Yu, it was just a simple matter of confirming his eyes. Chapter 122, Fatal Strike. Amplify eyes. And Jugoyu's writing wheel eyes turned in vain. Scarlet blood quickly spread out in the pupils. Under the profusion of pupil power like the vast sea, the Lei Dun chakra accumulated in the right hand skyrocketed in an instant. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from the blue, a dry thunder burst. The complexion of the ghost shark and the Lo Kuat Shizang changed dramatically, and they subconsciously retreated. They could understand the scene in front of them. The 4 fingers of Long Yu's right hand changed in an instant. Infernal thrusts are all in one hand. Boom. A finger change, it just gives people the feeling of affecting the whole body. Rolling thunder light skyrocketed, exuding a tidal-like posture. Light filled up, Long Yu didn't have any fancy, and he strode forward, like a long spear mixed with endless thunder power. Towards the red barrier in front of him, he charged forward. The sound of thunder, like a thunderbolt from the blue, stagnates the air circulating in the entire space. The raging thunder shot up into the sky, and together with the barrier laid in the sky, it sank and shook violently. Such a powerful scene, Danzo and the others, who were thousands of meters away, quickly rushed over, their faces changed drastically. They are now also in the sealed barrier of Konoha Ninja Village, which can be regarded as catching turtles in the urn. If you want to retreat, only Uchiha Ryayu can be used as a bargaining chip. Danzo, what happened? Ai's face sank and shouted angrily. The chakra fluctuations just now were too huge, and the explosive force displayed was so strong that it could be clearly felt even thousands of meters away. This made Ai's mind unable to help but have an absurd thought. Danzo's face turned ashen. As the three advisors of Konoha, he was also the actual ruler of Anbu-gen, and he still had a little connection with the sealing gate. That moment, the fluctuating connection of the sealing gate was cut off, which meant that there was only one result. The sealed gate is broken. Only in this way will the sealed gate urgently dispatch chakras from other places to make up for the gap, and the chakras who provide the connection will also be cut off directly. Tanzo, speak up. The Lois also looked gloomy. Right now, they trespassed into Konoha Ninja Village, which is already a big crime. Not only did the Deidara who was related to the disappearance of the third Raikage could not be found, but if the war started again, it would not be worth the loss. The seal is broken. Danzo knew that he couldn't hide it, and said with a livid face. These words fell, the expressions of the hundreds of ninjas present changed drastically. Danzo, you didn't say let us slow down and let Uchiha Ryayu attack the sealed gate first to weaken his chakra. Ai's expression sank, and he shouted sternly, now that he has escaped, what are we going to use to ask Konoha Ninja Hingshi? Leaving these words, Ai's body lit up with lightning, and immediately entered the Chiclair escape mode. Under the watchful eyes of the public, a thunderstorm quickly chased away. Yo, check trouble, Danzo, you are ready to accept our Yunren's anger. Kurabi glanced at Danzo. While he rushed out quickly. The speed is so fast, it is only a fraction of that of Aizen. Tanzo, you have to take responsibility for this. Lois dropped these words and followed quickly. The people in Wunin village didn't speak, but their eyes had already betrayed their minds. As the three major ninja villages joined forces, their lineup is considered the most luxurious. However, before they could make a move, because of the civil strife, the leading elder, and the 7 powerful men of the 2 great ninja swords were directly strangled. Of cheapness in Mist Ninja Village. Hee, Danzo looks like you're in a lot of trouble. Orochimaru smiled softly. However, Danzang quickly gave him a cold look back and said, Orochimaru, don't forget, my situation is similar to yours. Stop talking nonsense, come and see. Hundreds of galloping figures passed by quickly. When he landed in front of the sealed gate, he saw the half-gate that was broken at the waist, the barrier that gradually healed, and the ground that collapsed like a cobweb. Makes their faces look strange. Damn! I shouted angrily. Under the skyrocketing thunder light on his body, his entire body was like a thunder axe, ramming head-on towards the final healing barrier. Boom! The sound like a thunder explosion rolled and spread out, and a large amount of thunder light splashed out, ravaging the earth with a radius of 100 meters. The crackling sound can be heard incessantly. However, with a seemingly powerful blow, the barrier is directly dented. But it only lasted for a while, and the chakra swarming around quickly offset the impact of the enchantment. At the same time, the huge recoil force made the thunder light on Ai's body tremble suddenly, and it collapsed directly. The whole person flew upside down and landed on the ground 7 or 8 meters. Don't mess around. This seal gate is set up by the Vortex clan. Once a strong impact is applied, it will completely rebound the attack. A figure like a ghost appeared first in front of the sealed gate. He also held Fei Lation Kunai in his hand. Wood. Leaf golden glitter wave Feng Minato. Ai's face darkened. Your time and space ninjutsu is so good, why did you arrive now? Is it that you purposely let go of Uchiha Ryu to cover up this betrayal? The 3 village ninjas present obviously agreed. The golden leaves of Konoha flash, and the speed it possesses is well known in the entire ninja world. Now is not the release of water, who wants to believe? Hee, you look too high on Watergate. Jiraiya also landed on the side of Namikaze Minato. When he learned that Long Yu had broken the sealed gate, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Situation is not clear at the moment. Orochimaru and Danzo colluded in private, magnifying the trouble that Konoha is facing now. There is also the Uchiha clan martial arts faction that was just about to move. If the 3 major ninja villages join forces to riot, for Konoha Ninja Village, it will be a fatal blow. If you add the big straw like Long Yu, I am afraid it will directly crush the thin camel like Konoha. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. Ai's expression sank, and he said sharply, you don't want to stop us with 2 people. I can break this seal barrier by myself. The 4 stabs from hell are all in one hand. I roared, and the thunderbolt chakra on his body poured frantically on his 4 fingers. Like a long spear, the spear of lightning spewed out a terrifying aura, causing the expressions of the people around to change suddenly. Stop them for me. I drank again and again. Voice fell, he strode hard, and the whole person turned into a thunderbolt lacing away again. Namaifeng Minato, who was beside him, was just about to stop it, but not only did Kurabi stop him, but Jirai also reached out to stop it. Let him try it once, not everyone is Long Yu. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment. Without waiting for everyone to react, I, who was holding a thunderous gesture, slammed into the seal gate head-on. The hell stabs entwined by the rolling thunder, turned into a streamer, and stabbed directly at the sealing gate. Boom! The crackling sound of thunder resounded, and the violent thunder light rolled backwards. The sealing barrier quickly dented, and the magnitude was even more than just a few points. However, seeing the enchantment as if it was about to be penetrated, the chakra that was quickly absorbed from the surrounding area directly injected the tyrannical toughness into the sunken enchantment. Bang! Accompanied by a low thunderous sound, the rewinding thunder light, like a frenzy, directly rewinds on Ai's body. There was a crackling sound like rain hitting a banana. The sound of thunder exploded, and a figure flew out. Kurabi's face changed drastically, immediately. Rushed out, and at the same time stretched out 3 octopus tentacles behind him, wrapping them directly around Ai. Bang! The huge impact made Kurabi's body fly directly. Before I had time to think about it, 2 octopus tentacles stretched out from my body again, entangling a tree trunk not far away, and suddenly borrowed strength. He was dragged abruptly by more than 10 meters before he stopped his body. Let go of me. Ai's face was ashen, he stepped out of his tentacles, and used his right hand to stab his 4 hands from hell, and was still, trembling slightly. Of the sealing enchantment just now, the counterattack is similar to the power of his 4 masters. This shows that he not only failed to break the barrier, but also, asking for trouble. However, what made Ai's face unbearable the most was Jiraiya's remarks just now. Not anyone is also a dragon feather. Who has the appearance of 3 generations of Reikage, could not penetrate this barrier. The faces of those present were also slightly blue. At present, unless everyone makes a move together, it is probably an extravagant hope to break the barrier in front of the 5. However, once forced, it means a complete war with Konoha Shinobi Village. Within the barrier of Konoha Shinobi Village, they may be able to severely damage Konoha Shinobi Village, but what awaits them will be the destruction of the entire army. Okay, everyone should calm down. The 3 generations of Hokage seem a bit long overdue. It was just the battle armor on his body that made the atmosphere in the field abnormally depressing. Known as a Konoha ninja professor, he is proficient in the 5 elements of ninjutsu, which is enough to prove his strength and difficulty, which must not be underestimated. Appearing in a battle suit now, the meaning is different. 3 Hokage, are you planning to leave us all? Lois took the lead and said, this time, our action has already informed Toying. If we can't return, you should think about it earlier and explain to Yan'an village. HMPH, our Yunren village is no exception. I also agreed in a deep voice. There was no one to talk to in Mist Ninja Village, but it was obviously the best way for the 3 to form one front. However, the Lois quickly looked at Danzo and Orochimaru and said, however, the 3 generations of Hokage, this matter was led by Danzang and Orochimaru, and now Uchiha Ryayu has disappeared. He told us that everything is related to Uchiha Ryayu, and now that the target is gone, we can't testify, he needs to be responsible for this. I and one in village also looked at Danzo, and the meaning was very obvious. After all, in the Third Ninja World War at the moment, the Konoha ninja family is the only one who directly opened up the battlefield with the 4 major ninja villages, and also gained a little advantage. Chapter 123, War breaks out again. War situation has calmed down a little now, and if the information has not yet been determined, war will break out again. I am afraid this will not be worth the loss. Hee, don't worry, I won't investigate this matter with you. The 3rd Hokage smiled and looked at Danzo and Orochimaru. However, I'm afraid you haven't thought that the 2 of them have already sneaked away. The voice fell, and the right hand of the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly shook. 2 shurikens flew out of their hands in an instant. Danzo and Orochimaru, who had been following the team in silence, didn't even resist at all. Puff puff, a low sonic boom suddenly sounded. Orochimaru and Danzang reacted and turned into a cloud of white smoke and scattered between the sky and the earth. Only a piece of wood remained and fell to the ground. The expressions of the people in the 3 major ninja villages present were stagnant, and they became more ashen. This is probably because after Uchiha Ryayu penetrated the barrier, Danzo and Orochimaru had already sneaked away when they rushed over. It felt as if someone had been sold, and they were helping people collect money. Teacher, Orochimaru and the others still escaped. We discovered the secret passage left by Danzo. Tsunade and Yuhi Mako and the others hurriedly arrived. 500 or 600 Konoha ninjas also descended from the sky and landed in all directions, showing the rhythm of an encirclement. Who were several times more numerous than their 3 major ninja villages, I and the others present had a solemn expression. Counting Sannin and the 3rd Hokage, the elite of Konoha, once they really fight, I am afraid that the whole army will be destroyed. I had long expected that Danzo would have this trick. His dark and dirty methods are still the same as before. 3 generations of Hokage seemed to have expected it long ago, and his eyes flickered, and he looked around the 3 major ninja villages. Don't worry, this time, I broke into Konoha Shinobi Village without causing too much damage, so our Konoha Shinobi Village will not pursue it. The 3rd Hokage said. However, I have one thing, I want to remind you once, don't shoot Uchiha Longyu in private. This time, Danzo and Orochimaru have released a monster from the cage. Without the restraints of Konoha Ninja Village, Longyu will only be more terrifying. Speaking of this, the face of the 3 generations of Hokage became more solemn. The expressions of the people in the 3 major ninja villages were stagnant, and I took the lead and said, since the 3 generations of Hokage are not investigated, then the enchantment will be removed. As for whether we can find revenge for Uchiha Longyu, that is our Yunnan business. He has nothing to do with Konoha. I hope that at that time, Konoha Shinobi Village will not interfere. The face of Aiza inspiring words, the lowest present and the ninjas of Kirin Village, although they did not speak, were also secretly pondering. This is just my kind reminder. Whether you listen to me or not is up to you. 3 generations of Hokage shook his head with a smile and said, however, it will take some time to remove this barrier, so everyone will wait here for a while. I will go back to deal with other things first. Leaving these words, the 3 generations of Hokage disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Zilai also quickly followed. After 3 or 4 minutes, the barrier was finally lifted under the uneasy mood of the 3 major shinobi villages. Let's go. Ai's face was gloomy, and with a big wave of his hand, he led the people from Yunren village and quickly plundered away. And Mist Nin villages also left quickly. Seeing the departure of these people, the Konoha ninja present secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time looked at Namikaze Minato. Teacher, what are we going to do next? Kakashi flashed out in the dark. As a Junin, he also participated in this emergency response operation. I don't know, but the 3 generations of Hokage are right. This time Danzo and Orochimaru have opened the cage of monsters. I can only hope that Long Yu has no ambitions, otherwise he may become a worry in the ninja world. Minato Namikaze said with a solemn expression. Kakashi's expression froze, and he said, this time, if he hadn't defected from the village, I'm afraid the 3 major ninja villages would have joined forces to put pressure on him. I think he did this for Konoha's stability. As soon as these words came out, the face of the Konoha ninja present changed drastically. In the face of Kakashi's remarks, many people hesitated, but there was a feeling that they could not refute. Outside Konoha Ninja Village, Forest of Fire Country. The 3 figures passed by quickly, and a large number of insects and birds chirped. Sir, are we going to carry out a counter-ambush? There was a hint of excitement on the shark's face, recalling the shocking blow just now. The rebelliousness in my heart was gone. He just knew that this blow went down to a hole like a barrier. No, our first priority now is to find a foothold and start the final plan. The dragon turned and glanced behind him. Loquat Shazang was startled and said, Sir, are there any pursuers? It's okay, let's move on and meet the others first. Other people. The ghost shark's expression was stagnant, and then a trace of excitement flashed on his face. Sir, aren't the other people you mentioned very powerful? For this question, Loquat Shazang also showed a hint of urgency. After all, the size of the team increases more, which means that the requirements for strength will be higher. Only with strong strength can you have a sense of existence. It's alright. In addition to Coke, Du, who is in contact with you, there are 3 new members. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose. Because of his appearance, the plot of the original book was completely disrupted. So in terms of strength, there are also many changes. It's here. Long Yu looked at the suddenly clear basin in front of him, and jumped out first. However, as soon as he walked out, a fiery wave of air rushed towards him. Melting escape flame dragon rushed to kill. Roar! A 100-meter giant dragon with lava flowing all over its body roared and rushed out of the forest. The violent scene made everyone's faces change dramatically. Lightning flashed on Long Yu's body, and he disappeared in place with the help of the lightning flashing technique. Lava Dragon failed directly, and then headed towards the Ghost Shark and the Loquat Shazang. Water Escape Water Dragon Bomb. Ghost Shark and the Loquat Shazang attacked in an instant, and under the flying magic seal, the free water around them condensed into 2 huge water dragons out of thin air. Boom! The high-temperature water vapor quickly evaporated, and the reversed air waves strangely covered the forest for hundreds of meters. Those who were in it, the nerves are directly tense. At this moment, as if there were a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness, staring straight at them. Master Z, the other party seems to have reinforcements. This situation seems to be a little out of place. Are we going to retreat? In the fog, a voice suddenly sounded. HMPH, it is absolutely impossible for him to escape now, and if he dares to betray Yan'an village, he will have to pay a sufficient price. Old Z snorted coldly. It seems that you have to pay the price first. Loquat Shazang's gloomy voice resounded suddenly. A ghostly figure flashed out behind him, and a tyrannical wind, even the steam mist that stirred up the anime sky, slashed directly at the ninja beside him. The ninja shrouded in the attack, his face changed drastically, and he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised the Kuwu block in his hand. Dang! The dull collision sound resounded like thunder, and the huge impact made the ninja's expression stagnate, and his face was full of disbelief. The face of this heavy blow, the entire arm was snapped off, and at the same time, the broadsword slashed the head and neck with a slash like a thunderbolt. PFF'd. The hot blood splashed out, causing the faces of the ninjas who were back to change drastically. This is the silent killing technique in the blood fog. With sharp eyes were the first to exhale. Yes, but it's a little late to know now. The voice of the ghost shark suddenly came out, and the shark muscle in his hand was cut out at a tricky angle. PFF'd. The huge head was thrown straight away, and the blood splattered, straining the nerves of everyone in the arena. As soon as he made a move, he not only performed a powerful water escape ninjutsu, but also secretly performed a silent assassination technique with the help of water vapor. The series of attack methods are like flowing water, giving people a feeling of being caught off guard. Master Z. The faces of the remaining ninjas changed drastically, and faced with an unknown enemy, which made them feel uneasy. Everyone, use Feng Dun together. Old Z's face sank, and he shouted angrily. After receiving the order, these ninjas apparently calmed down. Hands flying quickly, he performed the wind escape ninjutsu. The great breakthrough of wind escape. The art of wind and hurricane. Wind escape. A series of wind escape ninjutsu rolled backwards in all directions, and the trees were also cut off by the wind blade. The fog that enveloped the trees all around disappeared in an instant. However, before they could be happy, their expressions changed drastically when they looked at the figures that appeared around them. Lord Z, in addition to the 3 people just now, there are 3 more people. An Iwanan said in a hurry. It's the 7 people of Wu Nin, who decapitated the big sword, the Loquat and the 10 Tibetans, and the dry persimmon ghost shark who was the new shark muscle. How could they be here? The hurried words were spit out, but when Yanin saw the last figure, his pupils shrank, and his eye sockets almost split. It's the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu of Konoha Shinobi Village. How could he appear in this place? As soon as these words came out, all Iwanan looked pale, and the story of Uchiha Ryayu's defeat of Iwanan village at the Battle of Shinwu Kunchao, but spread throughout the entire ninja world. The faces of different ninja villages in front of them, they gathered here. This combination, but people have a kind of intriguing feeling. Lord Z, are we going to retreat? A rock couldn't hold back his anger. HMPH, although I don't know why the ninjas from various villages gather here, but depending on where you stand, this group of people should follow your lead. Lao Zi looked at Long Yu and shouted sharply, this time, our target is Didera, as long as you hand him over, we will immediately. Gone. Let's follow my lead. Long Yu felt the sight around him, and reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. This can be said to be a debut, set up a battle, and can't get rid of this kind of thinking. Chapter 124, Didera. Although I don't know why the people of Iwa Ninja Village appeared here. However, the man in his 30s in front of him still had a purple stripe mark on the bridge of his nose. The chakra fluctuations exuded are obviously the 4-tailed man Zuli Laozi of Yan'an village. Originally, I was thinking about how to catch the tailed beast, but now it seems that during the war, the tailed beast weapon has obviously become the highest means of performing tasks. Directly sent to the door. This is enough to see that Iwa Ninja Village values Didera. However, now that Long Yu lacks the sealing technique for the tailed beast, even if he obtains the tailed beast, he may not be able to arrange it properly. Can we value peace and be happy with each other? Long Yu glanced at the stubborn old Z and couldn't help asking. When the group of Yanran heard the words, their eyes lit up involuntarily. Lao Zi gave a cold snort and shouted sharply, a group of rabble, as the Rock Ninja Village, the four-tailed person Zuli, I will use the name of Wrong Done Lousy to kill all of you rebels. You can go if you want, beat me, walk over the corpse, or wait to become the soul of the dead under my melt. Crazy. Looking at the high spirits in front of me, one person wants to single out all the old purples. Long Yu was helpless. It's boring to ride a horse. If you put it in the original story of more than 10 years, it's so funny. Boss, this four-tailed man, Zuli, is good at melting an escape, and his methods are a bit difficult. We were besieged by several people just now, but we couldn't tie him up. Zhao. They all looked at Long Yu, with a dignified expression on their faces. Once you cast the fusion, he will sneak into the ground, and it will be difficult to lock him. Regarding this issue, even the Scorpion, who can destroy the country once the 300 puppets are opened, also feels it is difficult. Not to mention flying segments and horns, both. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. Long Yu patted the corner, Du's shoulder. Have fun. These words fell, the eyes of those present couldn't help but light up. Didera, who has always been crazy and suffocated with resentment, took the lead. Haha, I knew the boss had a way, then I let go and made a scene. When I was in Yanran village, I was always aggrieved. Unbridled laughter, mixed with the taste of madness. Didera jumped out, and the clay spiders hiding around quickly rushed towards Laozi and his party. Drink. Didera made a seal with his backhand, and the clay spider shattered in response. Melting lava walls. Laozi roared angrily, and the molten walls on all sides condensed in an instant, blocking all the incoming explosions. Didera, you really intend to betray Yan Nin village. Today, let me, Laozi, wipe out all of you rebels. Having said that, the lava on the surface of the old purple body rolled back and rushed out of the blast. It's enough to open the barrier, block them all, and delay it for so long. Roaring like thunder, Iwanan scattered around, his expression condensed, and his hands quickly formed seals. Without any bells and whistles, he slammed directly to the ground. Earth Escape Earth Ascension Energy Formation. The rolling yellow light, like a layer of thin film, rolled back around, forming a huge encircling circle. The half-kilometer radius was blocked as much as possible. Seeing that the formation of the barrier was completed, Laozi's face flashed a hint of abuse, and he said with a big laugh, "Look, I will suppress you all here in the name of the four-tailed man Zuli Laozi. The seal of the earth melt is solved for me." The old purple double surgical seal flew over, his eyes narrowed, and the human pillar force barrier in the body instantly broke a gap. When the fiery lava came out through the body, immediately, a layer of scarlet-tailed beast clothing was formed to cover the whole body. Blood-colored eyes and prominent sharp fangs, it gave the impression of being a small-tailed beast. The ground beneath his feet was assimilated by the rapid lava, and large lava bubbles emerged. Roar! Laozi let out a roar, and his 4 feet slammed down, like an arrow from the string, and went straight to Didera. Exclamation mark. Didera is young, fighting and crazy, but it shows through the bones. The 2 big clay birds threw their hands out directly, bringing the strong wind to attack Laozi. As soon as he approached, Didera made a right hand print. Drink. Boom. 2 big clay birds exploded in response. Figure rushed out of the rewinding flames. Just about 10 meters near Didera, the 2 tails, like a pair of horses, went straight to Didera and caught him. Successful. The old purple face was hideous. However, the next moment, I saw Didera's body, with a strange posture, suddenly retreated from the grasp of the 2 big hands. Bang! The rock was crushed and the scorching high temperature directly dissolved the target. Looking at this scene, the madness on Didera's face also stagnated, showing a trace of fear. Little devil, don't mess around, wait for the boss's order, I won't save you next time. Scorpion said indifferently. Just at the critical moment, but he used the chakra line to forcibly change Didera's trajectory. Otherwise, the blow just now might be enough. Didera was severely injured and even captured. Master Z has the upper hand, and the weapons are strong enough to fight against Yakun. As long as we keep the barrier well, this is catching turtles in the urn. Look of excitement flashed across the face of a rock ninja presiding over the barrier. Just after the words fell, the words that entered his ears shook his nerves. Are you ready? Long Yu looked at the ghost shark, and the ethereal voice of the system flashed in his mind. Ding dong. Congrats to the host, the water escape is bursting, and the water rush is instantly full. Boss, can you really do it? The ghost shark couldn't help but asked. This water escape is a big burst of water, but he is the killer at the bottom of the box. In his situation, he also needs to rely on the chakra of the shark to feed back. This novel is first published by Dragon. Moreover, the difficulty of learning is no less than a forbidden technique. Right now, Long Yu is in a hurry to cradle the Buddha's feet, trying to learn how to rush this big water explosion, which is probably a whimsical thing in the eyes of the ghost shark. HMPH, within the barrier, and in the form of my tailed beast coat, don't waste your energy struggling, just let me be obedient and capture it all. Lao Zi snorted coldly, and slammed his 4 feet abruptly, clearly holding the mentality of catching the thief first and catching the king. Turned into a series of afterimages and swept away violently towards Uchiha Ryu. The violent scene made Zhao Du Wei nervous, and looked at Long Yu with a hint of urgency. He just didn't dare to act rashly without an order. Go! And the Jugo Jade writing wheel eyes quickly opened, and his hands flew up like windmills. The speed is so fast that it is dazzling. Especially the ghost shark. Looking at the dragon feather who was begging for the water escape from himself just now, the speed and proficiency of the seal completely overwhelmed him. This is too shocking. Ghost shark, don't hurry up, don't delay the boss's plan. Loquat Shazang was also surprised. A ninja who is good at water escape, but even he has not grasped this big burst of water. But right now Long Yu doesn't care. Is the speed of the seal, or the scheduling and transformation of chakra, it is far beyond his understanding. This is completely, one learning is the master level. The tyrannical chakra was drawn frantically, Long Yu opened his mouth, and endless waves of water rushed out. In the backpacker frantically pouring chakra into Long Yu's ninjutsu. For a time, the water wave was like a raging tide, and Hudai, with a rolling posture of Wanjun, went straight to Lao Zi. Looking around, Long Yu didn't use ninjutsu at all, he just spit out a sea. The rolling water waves, like galloping horses, made the big burst of water waves displayed by the ghost sharks completely reduced to supporting green leaves. If it weren't for the order, he would be stunned, and even the face of questioning just now was directly lost. Compared with Long Yu, his big burst of water is completely peeing. Boom! The water waves were like tidal waves, and they rolled towards them with a 10,000 force-like posture. At a close distance, the speed is so fast that Lao Zi who is attacking from the front has nowhere to hide. It was directly captured by the huge waves. The huge water waves rolled back, giving people a feeling of endlessness, filling the half-kilometer range blocked by the enchantment directly. However, this was just the beginning. Facing the saturation attack of Long Yu, there was absolutely no way to hide. In this unexpected situation, Lao Zi was directly trapped in the water. Who was strictly guarding the surrounding enchantment, had no time to react under the dramatic change in his face, shrouded in the enchantment with a radius of half a kilometer. Finally, unable to bear the impact of the waves, a crisp cracking sound came out. Boom! Along with the sound of a shocking explosion, the barrier that was struggling to support collapsed. Endless water waves surged out, turning into a sea like a sea, rolling backwards around. You go, no matter what. Trees, rocks, mountains, etc. Nothing can stop you. The blink of an eye, the ground with a radius of 10 kilometers was instantly submerged by water waves. Distance, it looks like an ocean, making people's eye sockets split open. Zhao Du waited for others, standing on the big clay bird made by Didera, overlooking the ocean below, looking ashen. Looking at the one in front of him, the thin figure that was shrouded in Susano and stood quietly in the air. It felt terrifying. Be able to change the landscape with ninjutsu alone, in addition to having superb proficiency, it also requires a huge chakra. Moreover, all ninjas who can achieve this condition are the strongest in the shadow class. Other words, reaching the super shadow level is called a demigod. As for looking around the entire ninja world, the only people who can reach this stage are the god of ninjas, Senju Hashima, and Madara Uchiha. There are very few ninjas who can do it. Roar. In the endless water waves, the four-tailed man Zuli Laozi let out a roar that sounded like a madness. Barely stabilized his body in the water waves, looked up at Long Yu, and slapped his hands suddenly. At this moment, the tail beast clothing on the body seemed to be rapidly burning. Roar. A crazy roar suddenly sounded, and the huge chakra, like a volcano erupting, quickly pierced out of the body. Chapter 125, 3 Scrolls. Under the tumbling hot melt, it seemed that even the water was about to boil. Roar. With the sound of roaring sound again, the huge body suddenly swayed, and it completely turned into a tailed beast. Boss, this is the four-tailed fool, known as the Monkey King of Wagwo Mountain. The three tails suddenly got out of Long Yu's backpack, and took a look with the probe. I consumed a lot of chakra just now, the boss is here to give it to you. Roar. The frantic roar sounded again, and the eyes of the four tails burst into tears, instantly locking on the body of the three tails. Turtle, I didn't expect you to call a human the boss. You've lost the face of our tailed beast. The four tails suddenly spit out human words. You are now joining hands with me to kill all these hateful humans, and it's still too late. Under the rolling voice, there is a deafening smell. Bah! Sanwei snorted disdainfully. You red ass, don't provoke the relationship between me and the boss, otherwise I'll be in a hurry with you. I still advise you to surrender obediently, follow the boss, and eat and drink spicy food together, this is a good job. Otherwise, as soon as the boss starts, you are waiting to suffer. Speaking of this, Sanwei immediately, with a flattering expression on his face, he rubbed his hands together with a smile and said, Boss, do you think what I said is good? Then tomorrow's lunch, I'll trouble you. Looking at the three-tailed miser, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. During this time, Sanwei lost all his integrity in order to eat. You bastard turtle, you have humiliated me with our tailed beasts, so I will take a look. The boss in your mouth understands the wrath of tailed beasts, and a single blow can destroy mountains and seas. The four tails were furious. Our tailed beasts, not to mention Long Yu can't see it, even the four tails are even more unaccustomed to, these three tails are pretending to be grandsons. During these long years, when they were used as tailed beast weapons, it was not a time when people were frightened, and when did they become so unscrupulous? In the endless water waves, after barely standing still, Huoran raised his head and opened his bloody mouth. Looking at the sky, I don't know when the lead clouds are accumulating. The power of thunder that roamed like a horned dragon one after another made the nerves of the four tails suddenly tense. It is now in the endless water waves, and its melting has been suppressed. Moreover, the water also contains chakra, which limits its flexibility. Right now, if coupled with this thunder strike, what the consequences will be, even four tails can't imagine. When I think of the slapstick just now, it's just a matter of delaying time. Cunning human, if you want to catch me, it's impossible. As long as I use melting escape, I can escape in an instant. The four tails roared angrily, and then the huge body swung down and rushed straight to the ground below. However, just after walking more than 10 meters, the words that floated in his ears, but his nerves were tense. Can you escape faster than light? Long Yu smiled playfully. The moment he pressed his right hand up, the thunder in the sky was directly hooked. For a time, a huge vortex of thunderlight appeared in the backlog of clouds. Without any bells and whistles, Long Yu suddenly pressed down with his right hand. Lei Dun Qilin. Roar. A roar that reached the sky of the 9 heavens was torn apart in an instant. That filled the sky was directly pulled up, turned into a unicorn with 1,000 feet, and swooped down with a roar. Rolling lay way, just in the blink of an eye, 1,000th of the speed of light, %. It was too late to even raise his brows. The 4 tails just shrank their pupils suddenly, and under the kaleidoscope booster, the thunderous unicorn whose power was multiplied, swooped and struck down. The endless thunder light devoured all the 4 tails in an instant. Like the ocean-like landform, the thunder light is raging, like a thunder dragon roaring in the water. Sky is full of thunder and light, and the whole world is full of light. The smell of doomsday thunder. After more than half a minute, the thunder in the sky dissipated. The water waves shrouded in a radius of 10 kilometers disappeared. Below, half a kilometer in diameter, directly turned into a huge deep pit. That looked slightly charred was lying in the rubble without moving at all. Looking at the moment before, I was still in high spirits and wanted to kill the tailed beasts in all directions, but now I was directly hit by a blow. The gap between before and after is too big. Is this the strength of the boss? I'm afraid 10 me is not enough to kill. The ghost shark looked pale. A big blast of water was already able to crush him, and if he used this thunder unicorn, let alone counterattack, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to even defend himself, so he would be stunned. HMPH, Ghost Shark, you should be glad that you are not stupid enough to challenge the boss, otherwise it will be a profound lesson. Lo Kuat Shizang snorted coldly, his face seemed ruthless, but his heart was also grateful for the wise Shenwu who surrendered that day. Otherwise, it's almost the same as the fate of the 4 tails. Okay, don't be stunned here. Whoever has a powerful spirit formation will temporarily seal the 4 tails. Long Yu glanced at the 4 tails who suffered heavy damage and asked. This injury seems serious, but the tailed beast, as a form carrier of chakra, will soon recover. Now just. Consciousness has been defeated, and once it recovers, I am afraid it will continue to run wild again. Boss, I have the iron sand sealing method here, but because it is owned by the 3rd generation of Fengiying, and there is no sealed vessel, I am afraid the effect will be much worse. Scorpion said hesitantly. There are many puppets on him, and they also have the ability to seal. However, if there is no divine tool that can be used as a vessel, or if a person has the right physical strength, it would be a loss than the gain if the tailed beast was rashly sealed. Once the seal is broken, the power of the backlash will be even more terrifying. Don't worry about the seal, it's enough to leave other things to me. Long Yu said with a smile. The battle just now was too loud. According to this situation, as long as the team is equipped with perceptual ninjas, it is easy to find their traces. Now Long Yu doesn't want to tear his face with them, and it's the taste of slowly making soy sauce. Boss, then I'll let it go. Scorpion's expression sank, and he took out the 3rd scroll from his waist with his backhand. Bang! The endless white mist rose into the sky, and a huge figure emerged. Long Yu let out a light snort. In the original book, there are 3 scroll scorpions in total. The first is the erosive column flow, which can perform an attack similar to a water cutter. The second scroll is the puppet maneuver. The 3rd scroll is the one in front of him, a giant puppet head with countless hands and a height of about 10 meters. Scroll 3 Puppet Dreamworks. Bang! The huge puppet head slammed on the ground, causing a large piece of sand to spread out. Seeing the posture like 1,000-handed Avalokitesvara, everyone's expressions changed slightly. In the original book, many people in Akatsuki's organization fought with all their might. And only the genius puppet master, the scorpion of red sand, has seriously leaked water. As soon as the huge puppet appeared, the billowing air wave overturned it, and the scorpion directly ripped off the clothes on his body, revealing the puppet's body. This is just crazy, turning himself into a puppet. Lo Kuat Shizang's face changed, and even the ghost beside him couldn't help licking his lips. It can be said that this scene is really shocking. Scorpion didn't care about everyone's reaction, and directly opened its own core. Chakra lines blasted out one after another, and one end sank into the puppet factory, which had no movement at all, suddenly let out a roar. Eyes! The mouth of the blood basin suddenly opened, as if a pitch-black abyss was formed. One after another red silk threads shot out and quickly wrapped around the body of the four tails. The blink of an eye, the four tails were directly wrapped into a cocoon. The next moment, the scorpion's hands quickly flipped, forming a series of spell marks like a wheel. With the hands suddenly clasped together, the huge four tails of dozens of meters were pulled frantically and dragged into the mouth of the puppet factory. With the last trace of ability coming in, the bloody mouth of the puppet factory suddenly closed. Iron Sand Seal. Scorpion's hands suddenly folded, and the puppet of the three generations of Feng appeared again. The blood basin opened its mouth, and endless iron sand poured out, instantly covering the puppet factory. At the same time, the puppet factory slammed into the scroll again, leaving only a mess of ground. Looking at this scene, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, patted Scorpion's shoulder, and said, "Let's go, I'm afraid this place will be discovered. Ahead, hurry up, they might be in front." The hurried voices came out from the fast-moving team. When they rushed to the ruins, they looked at the huge crater dozens of meters deep, and the high-temperature burning and melting rocks. That messy picture is simply shocking to see. What exactly happened here? I looked at the Lois with a dignified expression, and asked sharply, "Don't forget, we are now half an alliance. If you hide the information because of you, it may lead to the final defeat." Recalling the 10 kilometers radius just now, all the forests were blocked by the water waves, and the huge thunder fell from the sky. That still made me shudder. Regarding this question, Kirito Ninja Village did not say anything, but now they are sitting on the same boat, so they have to take it seriously. It's a human pillar weapon. Lois' look sank, clenched his fists and smashed the big tree beside him heavily. "Master Lois, we found here that Master Z's chakra fluctuations remain. I'm afraid there is an unusually fierce battle here, and the result is afraid." "Damn!" Lois shouted angrily. "Renjuli weapons, but only second to the shadow-level powerful means. You tell me now, Laozi may fail. I don't believe that kid can defeat the tailed beast like old Z in a short period of time." A hysterical roar came out, which instantly changed the atmosphere of the scene. Everyone's eyes turned to the Lois, and their hearts were also shaken. "The old Z you mentioned should be the four-tailed Manzuli that Yunran was targeting this time, Laozi," I said solemnly. "It is rumored that the four-tailed Sun Wukong is proficient in melting and escape. As long as he touches the ground, he can easily escape, which is an existence that even 3 generations have a headache for." This time, the 3 generations of Raikage invaded the Rock Ninja Village, precisely to snatch the tailed beast weapon. Chapter 126, 5 Shadows Conference. However, in the process of capturing, the difficulty of melting Dun clearly exceeded their budget. In the end, due to repeated delays and failures, Iowa Ninja Village was discovered. A series of events will follow. Right now, even the 4 tails that are so difficult to deal with have been defeated, and the person who made the shot is too shocking. No wonder the opponent used such a wide range of water escape ninjutsu. It seems that he intends to trap the 4 tails and prevent him from contacting the earth. I said with a sullen expression. I just don't know how many people use this kind of powerful ninjutsu together. If it is a person, the amount of chakra and combat experience required are very high. I think it takes at least 3 to 5 people to do it. A short figure with a huge black stick on his back walked out of the Anbu of Mist Ninja Village. "Who are you?" Ai's expression changed. Now in Mist Ninja Village, the elders have been killed, and there are 7 members of the 7 top ninja swordsmen. 2 defected and 2 were killed. In the current situation, there is absolutely no qualification to negotiate with them on an equal footing. So along the way, Anbu of Mist Ninja Village didn't speak. Now suddenly there is a small man. I am afraid there is a kind of intriguing feeling. "My name is Yakura, and I'm the 4th generation of Mizukage who was just elected by Kirin village. Short Anbu, unmasked, revealing a young face. I joined the team halfway through, so it's not surprising that you didn't know my existence. The new 4 generations of water shadows. I raised his brows and looked at Yakura, who was like a little kid, obviously hard to believe. Yes. Yakura nodded and said, after the death of Mizukage, I found that it was very strange for Loquat Shizo to return to the village, but because of the war, I had to send him to meet Danzo. When I can react, Elder Wudong has already been killed. You said that you are the new Shuiying, so you must have the facts that will convince us. I snorted coldly, and at the same time a crackling sound came from his body. He stepped down with a heavy step, turned around and punched Yakura hard. Lay Dun and Thunder Fist Break 5, Tyrant. Shuiying Sama. The faces of the surrounding mist Ninbu Anbu suddenly changed drastically, but they obviously got the order from the beginning and didn't make a rash move. Seeing the Thunder Fist blast out, the speed was so fast that even a strand of hair on his forehead was blown into the wind. Yakura didn't panic at all, his hands quickly flipped, forming a series of spells. Water Escape Water Mirror Technique. A wave of water quickly condensed in front of Yakura, instantly turning into a water mirror, directly reflecting Ai's figure. Before everyone could react, the ripples on the water mirror stirred, and the original figure in the mirror condensed in an instant. With the same moves and movements, head towards Aishi. Boom! The fists that didn't give a lot of time collided with each other in an instant, making a thunderous explosion sound. The wind that rolled back made the people around couldn't help but take a few steps back, only to look at the second eye disappearing in the void with a shocked face. The same moves, and the same movements, isn't this the same scene as the 3 generations of Reikage who saw the 3 generations of Reikage killing himself? In Yun Ren, someone couldn't hold back their anger. However, he was quickly stopped by Eye Detective, and his gaze towards Yakura was less disdainful and more solemn. I agree with your strength, but this crystal technique is very good, but you can't replicate Reikage's full strength, so you are not a murderer. Ai Chen Sheng explained. There are many copy ninjutsu like the water mirror technique. This ninjutsu seems to defy the sky, but the biggest drawback is that the strength of the caster and the copied person is not much different. Once the copying person exceeds the limit of the caster, not only will it be impossible to copy, but it will also lead to overdraft of chakra, but it will not be worth the loss. The Yakura in front of him was chosen as the 4th generation Mizukage, a tailed beast, and when he acts as a human pillar, his strength is still greatly reduced compared to the original. This water mirror technique can only produce some not very strong ninjutsu. Okay, since you agree with my strength, should we talk about Uchiha Ryu next? Yakura was the first to break the deadlock. Facing this suggestion, I nodded in agreement, looking at the livid Lois, and the anxious perception ninja. I knew very well that Zuli, the 4-tailed man, was probably already out of luck. Wangtu, let's talk about business first. Yakura frowned, but couldn't help but speak. After all, only by knowing ourselves and knowing our enemies can we be victorious in every battle. If the Lois conceals something, I am afraid there will still be resentment for the next cooperation. You two laughed. Lois sighed and said solemnly, this time, Lord Tukage Onogi, in addition to sending us to meet with Danzo, he also used the 4-tailed man Zuli Laozi as the leader to go after our Yan'an village explosive escape genius. Ninja Deidara. According to Mr. Onogi's statement, only if Deidara is found, the death of the 3rd Reikage will be revealed. When we were trapped in Konoha, we learned through the perception ninja that Laozi had tracked down Deidara and had a fight with the other party. The slightly elongated voice made the expressions of everyone in the field change one after another. Ai's face sank and said, you mean, Laozi has confirmed that Deidara has defected, and the number of the other party is still large, so he can't immediately succeed. In Ai's eyes, the strength possessed by Ren Zuli is not a mere 7 or 8, only Sui Shaoshan can compare. Moreover, the 4-tailed fusion escape is not only a first-class escape, but also a sneak attack. Under such innate advantages, there is no way to catch a 7 or 8-year-old kid. This means that the opponent's team also has a lot of powerhouses. Wangtu, do you have any information about the other party's members? Don't try to hide it from us, no matter what. Is it the disappearance of the 3 generations of Reikage and Mizukage, or the mutiny of the genius ninja in your village? Our 3 ninja villages are to some extent, but in the same boat. Yakura said in a low voice. Even the lowest couldn't refute these remarks. After he was about to speak, he sighed and said, "Forget it, this is the encrypted secret information from Laozi. It is recorded above that there are 3 people in the other party, but the real identity has also been encrypted, and we need to go back to the village to get rid of it." 3 of them. 3 Yagura changed slightly, and said, "Then if you count Uchiha Ryayu, dried persimmon ghost shark, and Loquat Juzo, then the number of people in this group will reach 7 people. 7. Now that the 3rd and 4th tails are in their hands, once they are used, this will form an unimaginably huge force, which is so serious that it may threaten the safety of our ninja world. I believe that the 2 of you here don't like the status of a big country being shaken by outsiders." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Huangtu and I also changed, but they were unable to refute. Especially the traces of the battle in front of them, but they are vivid in their eyes, beating their nerves. 4 generations of water shadows, I think you should have a countermeasure. I said in a deep voice. This time, he obviously admitted the identity of the Mizukage of Go Tachibana Yakura. Yakura nodded, and said without giving up, "Hold a meeting of the 5 shadows. According to the information we have found in Mist Ninja Village, Uchiha Ryayu has been lurking in Konoha Ninja Village for 17 years before showing his edge. His strength has obviously reached the shadow level, and only Uchiha Madara has been opened. A kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that I only have. Now he has obviously gathered a group of ninjas with extreme thinking, no matter what. The Loquat Tenzo, or the dried persimmon ghost shark, and the other 4, each alone will have an impact on the ninja world, and if they come together now, I'm afraid it will become a huge disaster. Regardless of. It was I, or Lois, and even the expressions of other ninjas changed. The 5 shadow conferences have been held each time to discuss major events related to the survival of the ninja world. The first time was when the first Hokage assigned tailed beasts. The second and third times, are all wars and peace talks, and rights and interests are divided. Now that the Third Ninja World War is not over yet, and the final outcome has not yet been decided, he hastily started the 5 Shadows talk for a mere kid. This means that the 5 Shadow talks can be successfully held only on the premise of ending the Third Ninja War. Everyone, I know that this Ninja World War will be a huge loss for all parties. At the same time, everyone has maintained a certain strength and is waiting for the moment of the decisive battle. Tachibana Yakura said in a deep voice. However, don't forget, the Third Ninja War started because of the disappearance of the 3 generations of Kazekage. Now, the 3 generations of Reikage and Mizukage have also disappeared one after another, and all the evidence points to Uchiha Ryayu, and perhaps the 3 generations of Kazekage will be inseparable from him. Quote. If you still want to stay out of the way, I'm just worried that things will get out of hand. Tachibana Yakura stopped when he said that. He said everything that should be said, and the danger was pointed out. If the 5 Shadows talks still can't be held, then you can only accept your fate. HMPH, a mere brat makes you so worried. I shouted in a deep voice. However, if he is really related to the disappearance of the 3rd generation of Reikage, our Yunrin village will never let him go easily. Next time we meet, we will meet under the title of Shadow, and this matter will be handed over to the 4th generation of Water Shadows to coordinate. Those words behind, I left first. Right now, in the face of the unknown forces of Uchiha Ryayu, as well as the strength of the battle, even the 4-tailed person Zuri has disappeared. Pursue rashly, you may lose more than you gain. What's more, there is still an important matter in Yunren village waiting for him to go back. Moreover, the 3 generations of Reikage are missing, and the Yunrin village is also headless, and he needs to come forward to stabilize the scene. Yo-yo, we'll see you next time. Please remember that I'm the eight-tailed man Zuli, the bull ghost Karabi. Karabi sang a few words with his mouth crooked, and then quickly followed. Seeing that Yunren all retreated, Yutaki Yakura secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lois, this matter is very involved. I hope you can get in touch with Toing as soon as possible, and at the same time give up the pursuit of Uchiha Longyu. His strength is so terrifying. If he gathers a large number of powerful rebels, for you, acting rashly is throwing yourself into the net. Tachibana Yakura explained in a deep voice. Furthermore, Laozi is not without the slightest gain. At least he has encrypted the information of the other three subordinates of Uchiha Ryu. Next, I hope that your rock ninja village can decipher it as soon as possible, so that our 5 major ninja villages can come up with a response method as soon as possible. Chapter 127. Defeat a tailed beast in 60 seconds. Lois also agrees with Yakura's methodical analysis. Glancing at the information scroll in his hand, he said solemnly, I will report what happened here to Lord Onogi truthfully, but will Konoha Shinobi agree to the 5 Shadows talks? Don't forget, their attitude towards Uchiha Longyu's defection is very ignorant. A look of solemnity flashed across the Lois face. After the Third Ninja World War, Konoha Ninja Village opened up 4 major battlefields at the same time. Although the casualties of the battle were equally high, they had to admit that the Konoha Ninja Village was full of talented people, and in terms of military strength, it was one of the 4 major ninja villages. If Konoha Shinobi were on the side of Uchiha Ryu, what would happen, but it is unknown. Don't worry, in the Third Ninja World War, we are fighting on our own. Now as long as our 4 major ninja villages reach a consensus and jointly put pressure on Konoha Ninja Village, they can only agree. Tachibana Yakura shook his head with a smile and said, I will now send out the intention to hold the 5 Shadows Conference to the 3 generations of Hokage. Yakura is here, waiting for the good news from Iwa Ninja Village. Don't worry, the meaning of the 4 generations of Water Shadows, I will bring it back to Lord Onogi. If there is nothing else, we will go first. After Huang Tu dropped these words, he also left in a hurry. When he thought that the 4-tailed Manzuli was also fierce, he put his wings on the ground and rushed back to Yan'an village to report. Konoha Ninja Village, the huge venue was not empty because of the farce. However, in addition to the important members of the major families, other civilians have also dispersed. With expressionless faces in the first seat, an inexplicable depressing aura enveloped the entire venue. Whoosh! Several bursts of sound came from all directions, and finally landed in front of the 3 generations of Hokage. The eyes hidden under the mask, after swiping around in the field, revealed a hesitant color. Let's talk about these things, all the patriarchs are qualified to hear them. The 3rd Hokage said in a deep voice. This incident happened in front of everyone, and it was obviously impossible to suppress it in private. Since it cannot be concealed, it is better to announce it directly, which will also help stabilize people's hearts. After obtaining approval, the leader of the Dark Army led the first to speak. In the route, everything related to Danzo has been destroyed. Among them, the rookies who were too late to retreat were all killed by the forbidden technique. At the same time, in the secret basement at the route, we found the laboratory where the first Naruto cells were cultivated, and the experiments on Izanagi who wrote the round eye. Bastard! The 3rd Hokage snorted angrily. These are the research materials that he found in the laboratory that day, when Orochimaru defected. However, he softened his heart for a while and suppressed the matter. Unexpectedly, the Danzo Club accepted the experiment of Orochimaru, and it was really successful, developing a ninja of wood-done ninjutsu, and a wheel-eye arm. Sarutobi, now is not the time to be angry about Danzo. Our first priority is to find a way to deal with the investigation of the 3 major shinobi villages. Turning to bed, Xiaochun was the first to speak. As one of the 3 advisors of Konoha, when the others were silent, only they were qualified to speak. Sarutobi, Kaharu is right, Danzo has gone too far, but this time Uchiha Ryu killed the elders of Kirito village in public, and colluded with the 7 ninja swordsmen and 7 people. What is wrong with our Konoha shinobi in terms of the village's diplomatic relations? The impact is enormous. Mito Minyan also opened his mouth to echo. Furthermore, the 3 generations of Raikage and the disappearance of the genius of Iwa Ninja Village all point to Uchiha Ryu, so we must handle it properly, otherwise the 3 major ninja villages will attack us together. I am afraid it will not be worth the gain. Faced with the words of Mito Kazuo and Kaharu, the ninjas present looked at each other in dismay. In their eyes, just as Jiraiya said, swords and guns have no eyes on the battlefield, and murderers are always killed. If you can only kill people with shadows, but not ordinary people, it would be too funny. Right now, Uchiha Ryu has taken the initiative to break away from Konoha and has helped Konoha Shinobi Village through a difficult time. Now I still plan to cut the seats and meet each other, but the group possession of the other person is weakened, which is unreasonable. Bastards, Xiaochun, Mito, are you still pretending to be a consultant now? 3 generations of Hokage roared and said, look at what this thing is. Spoke, the 3rd Hokage casually threw a scroll at Mito Kamen's face. This slap in the face made Shui also surprised. It was the first time he saw that the moderate 3 Hokage would be furious. However, when he saw the scroll in his hand, Mito Toman turned pale. Of the consultant is completely irrelevant now. Let's see again, what is mentioned in the scroll, the new Mizukage of Mist Ninja Village. 3 generations of Hokage shouted angrily, when you are concerned about the face of the so-called consultant, have you ever known to force a monster to the opposite side of our Konoha? Not long ago, Iwa Ninja Village dispatched. The 4-tailed man Zuri disappeared for no reason, and it is suspected that he was defeated by Uchiha Ryu. The 4-tailed man Zuri was defeated. There was an uproar in the field, and the expressions of many people changed drastically. I have never seen a pig run, and I have eaten pork. Regardless of, is it the ninja of the older generation who have seen the fierceness of the tailed beast with their own eyes, or the younger generation who has been instilled with the powerful weapon of the tailed beast since childhood? For them, the combat power possessed by the tailed beast often exceeds that of ordinary shadow-level powerhouses. If there is no special means to suppress it, maybe it will be like in the original book, where the 4 generations seal the 9 tails and die. After all, no one is the first Hokage, who can make a tailed beast as funny as Erha. Sarutobi, didn't the 3 major shinobi villages follow Uchiha Ryu's trail? Could it be that they joined forces with the tailed orc Zuli, and there was no way to stop him? Mitoman was in a hurry. Although, it has long been known that Long-Yu's subordinates still hide their heads and 3 tails. But according to Jiraiya, this was a trick. Now facing the 4-tailed man Zuli, and the pursuit of the 3 major ninja villages, the results should be different. HMPH, look at the information recorded on the scroll and shout again. The 3rd Hokage snorted angrily. However, I think if you see it clearly, I'm afraid you really won't be able to call it out. These words fell. Mito Kadome and Kaharu couldn't wait to spread the scroll completely. However, this sight made them stunned. After waiting for a long time, a group of old patriarchs who were present turned their necks to look at each other, but the distance was too far. Obviously it was just an extravagant hope. Old man Hyuga, hurry up and look at what's written on it. Those 2 idiots are stunned. Why don't you say something? It makes our hearts itch. The old patriarch of Nara couldn't hold back at all. Logically, this kind of confidential scroll must not be shown casually. However, the implication is very big at the moment, and the 3 generations of Hokage still have the heart to let them know that the old patriarch of Nara dares to instigate it like this. Old man Hyuga, hurry up and take a look. Yes, all 3 generations have allowed it, so don't sell it. Around a group of old men were afraid that the world would not be chaotic, which made the younger generation standing beside them also moved. Although the Hyuga clan had a lot of white-eyed juniors standing there, They didn't dare to make a fool of themselves and could only stare blankly. Since all of you old guys have made me mess up, then I'll be presumptuous once. The old patriarch Hyuga grabbed the wine glass in his hand, took a sip of tea, and stared at him with round eyes as always, displaying the white eyes that are said to be 360 degrees without blind spots. PFF'd. A sip of tea spewed out, and the old patriarch Hyuga, like a conditioned reflex, kicked his feet and quickly covered his heart. He couldn't even hold the teacup in his hand, it fell to the ground with a thud and shattered. The violent scene made everyone present stunned. This is something to see, so exciting, it almost scared the old man to death. Old man Hyuga, what's wrong with you? Who was sitting beside him, reacted quickly. After finding the acupuncture point, he made a few needles before the emotional old patriarch Hyuga calmed down. Grandmas, almost scared the old man to death. The old patriarch Hyuga patted his chest and said, however, riding a horse is too exciting. Defeat a tailed beast in 60 seconds, perform ninjutsu with a radius of 10 kilometers, and a thunderbolt descending from the sky can be conferred a god. Seeing the incoherent, spitting old patriarch Hyuga, everyone present was startled at first. Immediately, the pan was fried. Ninjutsu with a radius of 10 kilometers, this can easily cover half of Konoha Ninja Village. Even the tailed beast couldn't resist for 60 seconds. What level of strength did they reach at this moment? They finally understood what the 3 generations of Hokage meant. It would be frustrating to fight against such a monster. The 3 generations of Hokage, who closed their eyes and snorted, slowly opened their eyes and said, which of you can be responsible for this matter, is it Mito or Xiaochun? The huge venue fell into an inexplicable silence, and no one in the venue dared to refute the question from the 3 generations of Hokage. They also thought that the content on this scroll might be exaggerated. But when you think about it, as long as you're not a fool, you're definitely not stupid enough to exaggerate a ninjutsu to a radius of 10 kilometers. Defeat a tailed beast in 60 seconds. The only possibility is that this is all true. Random fabrication, you can't imagine this level out of thin air at all. Brain holes are also limited. Hehe, it seems that none of you can answer this question. 3 generations of Hokage snorted coldly and said, since, if we continue to discuss, there will be no result, then this time the Hokage campaign will start the Nika's Minato and become the 4th Hokage. As for the village, everything that happened today, except for Danzo and Orochimaru, will remain the same. If there is no objection, the meeting will now be dismissed. Speaking of this, the 3 generations of Hokage looked around in the field with eyes like torches. Chapter 128, Surrender is Invalid. Mito Minyan was about to speak, but was stopped by Xiaochun, who turned to bed, and shook his head. Accepting the torment for more than half a minute, the 3 generations of Hokage snorted coldly, turned around and left. The people present, as if receiving an amnesty, breathed a sigh of relief. Some patriarchs who are good at observing words and emotions have already taken a step forward and walked to the new 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and said with joy. After a full 10 minutes of work, Minato Namikaze watched people go to the empty venue and smiled wryly. Minato, you're not happy when you become Hokage. Jirai also smiled and patted Minato on the shoulder. As a teacher, being able to see your students and become Hokage is the greatest sense of achievement. However, in the face of this congratulations, Minato Namikaze smiled helplessly and shook his head, saying, Teacher, you really know how to joke, this is probably the most rudimentary Hokage succession ceremony in history. Oh. Zilai also snorted lightly and said with a smile, Minato, I didn't expect you to mind this kind of thing. This time, the matter of Long Yu has made the whole situation of the ninja world unclear. The teacher recommended you to become Hokage, and it was also ordered in danger. Now, among Konoha, except you, no one can take this position. This decision is actually the result of a temporary decision made by Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hokage 3 after receiving information on Yakura's scroll. After all, every time a Hokage campaign is held, there will be a storm. With ulterior motives to stare at the position of the fourth generation, it is better to cut through the mess and fix the position of the fourth generation of Hokage. It also dispelled the ambitions of the three elders of Uchiha and stabilized the situation of Konoha. However, facing Jiraiya's remarks, Minato still smiled wryly and shook his head. Above me, isn't there a teacher? No matter what qualifications and experience, the teacher is richer than me, and I think that if he is still, I am not qualified to compare with him. Watergate, you kid, you really put this tall hat on the teacher. Zillai also laughed and scolded, and sighed leisurely. However, you are also right, if he is still there, let alone you, even I am not qualified to compare with him. It's a pity that his heart is not in Konoha. If he can do it now, he can only hope that other villages will not go too far. If he is completely forced to the opposite side, the ninja world will face a huge catastrophe. The border of the Fire Nation, 7 or 8 figures passed quickly through the forest. When he came to a basin, he suddenly stopped. Boss, the seal has reached its limit again, shall we proceed according to the original plan? Scorpion was the first to speak. The huge scroll in his hand, the circles of mysterious magic seals, burned and lit up like a flame. At the same time, there seems to be an invisible big hand stirring in it, and a concave and protruding moving picture appears. Go ahead according to the original plan, I want to torture it a few more times, and it will settle down. Long Yu smiled warmly. Looking at this sweet smile like the young man next door, the spine of the people present couldn't help shivering, and Sanwei even shivered and hid back in the backpack. When he thinks of the inhuman treatment that the Four Tails encountered, he can feel fortunate that he chose wisely in martial arts that day. Little Sanzi, don't be lazy, you are the key link, don't let me lose the chain, otherwise your next meal will be a good banana. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said. These words fell, Sanwei was instantly excited as if he had been beaten with blood. Yi Yan climbed to Long Yu's shoulders, and after screaming, he showed his most majestic side. Looking at the dignified Three Tails, they were trained by Long Yu to look like 2 hectares. It seems that the fate of the Four Tails has been foreshadowed. However, in order to avoid the same situation of being beaten like the Four Tails, the people present still immediately. Get 12 points of energy. This matter must not be missed, otherwise the next laughingstock will be chosen among them. Go. Looking at the formation, Long Yu shouted coldly. Scorpion that has been prepared for a long time, backhanded the scroll straight in the air. Solution. Word was uttered, the seal scroll exploded, revealing the shadow of the puppet Dreamworks. At the same time, a scarlet body also appeared in front of everyone. Just that the always ferocious-tailed beast shuddered when he saw the young man standing on the branch with a smile on his mouth, and hurriedly wanted to fall to the ground. His only thought now is to escape. How far is he to escape? The technique of water escape. 2 violent shouts came out in an instant, and the hands that quickly formed the seal flew like wheels. When the last magic seal fell, the sea water like a raging tide gushed out from the mouths of Loquat Tenzo and Ghost Shark. Although they can't reach the perverted radius of 10 kilometers when Long Yu is moving, they can still reach the range of 3 or 4 kilometers with all their strength and with the help of shark muscle storage. The endless water waves instantly turned the entire basin into an ocean, submerging the huge body of the Four Tails. At the same time, Deidara's eyes glance, the surgical mark in his hand was placed together, and the ground under his feet continued to rumble. The moment a huge clay octopus of 50 or 60 meters broke out of the ground, it quickly wrapped around Siwei's body. At the same time, the 300 puppets in the sky opened, and the puppet man who claimed to be able to destroy the country also moved. There are also 444 masked ghosts with dense blood vessels as their bodies, also scattered around. Even the weakest flying section, wielding the scythe of the god of death, attacked the Four Tails again and again. As soon as such a luxurious lineup came out, the Four Tails, who were still full of anger, couldn't help shivering, and instantly became miserable. Can I surrender? Four-tailed cheeks were twitching. It was like a nightmare, a scene repeated again and again. It has forgotten how many times it has endured. Ouch! A strange cry suddenly sounded. The huge body that fell from the sky, like a meteorite, smashed directly on the body of the four tails, and the next moment, from the huge basin, there was a cry of ghosts and gods. Surrender doesn't work. Beat it up. The three-tailed monster screamed, and took the lead in opening his mouth to spit out a few spit iron cannons, raised his tail and bowed left and right, and drew a few mouths. At the same time, demonstrations of puppet extermination, 5 elements of ninjutsu combined boxing, and large-scale art detonated the scene were staged one after another. The most antisocial performance, or the human shark, shows the shark boy, the dark side of the alternative. As for drawing a circle to curse you, it can only be regarded as a children's drawing program. After all, this tailed beast is still useful to keep, and it can't be performed to stab in the heart as soon as it goes up. In the original book, the monster that came out of the last Akatsuki organization was already a headache. Now facing a group at one time, this is a living sin. This large-scale group performance activity lasted for 10 minutes before it came to a perfect end. That didn't look like a beast in the deep pit. Everyone twitched the corners of their mouths and looked at Uchiha Ryu. As long as the young man standing on the sidelines in front of him said nothing. They will definitely continue to hold the motto of the dead Taoist, not as good as the dead Taoist friend, and then combine the fists again. Okay, keep it sealed. Long Yu glanced at the four tails, who didn't even have the strength to struggle, and ordered. The scorpion looked stagnant, glanced left and right, and said, "Boss, do you want to continue? Why don't you ask if it wants to surrender? If it goes on like this, I'm worried that it will go crazy if it doesn't die." After walking for 7 meals in a row, not to mention the four tails, even they couldn't bear it. What's more, the tailed beasts are thick-skinned and fleshy, with chakra as the main body. In addition to mental trauma, physical injuries can be recovered in a blink of an eye. Little C, don't pretend to be dead. Make up your mind quickly. We are wasting our energy. After 7 meals, I'm hungry. Sanwei jumped, recovered the size of Erha, and landed directly on the head of Siwei, saying, "Tell you, the boss's cooking skills are excellent. You will definitely eat like me, eat a meal, killing 10 people in 10, or slaps you to see blood." Seeing Sanwei chattering endlessly to persuade him to surrender, everyone present secretly felt a little more urgent. Beaten is of course very frustrating, but it is equally unpleasant to be beaten to death. Seeing the four tails who were pretending to be dead, their eyelids twitched, and they finally opened their eyes, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I can surrender, but I can't be beaten by a group of people in the future, and what's the cooking skill? A dead turtle, not any tailed beast is like you. Just to eat one bite, it's basically 2 hectares, I'm looking for something to eat, bananas. Isn't it delicious? Four tails couldn't help but gave Sanwei a big white eye. I am the Monkey King of Water Curtain Cave in Wagwoshan, and I will never bend my waist for a bite. Besides, I only like to eat bananas. The stern and righteous voices rolled and dispersed. Sanwei's eyes lit up, and hurriedly ran back to Long Yu, sticking out his tongue and yawning. "Boss, the mission has been completed. I don't know if the bananas are fragrant, but everyone is hungry. Yes, it's not supposed to be dinner." Thinking that during this time, Uchiha Ryu had no intention of cooking at all, and Sanwei felt like he was chewing wax, without the slightest taste. It's rare to get credit right now, and I can't hold back. Hearing Sanwei's suggestion, there were only Feijuan and Zhao Du, who had tasted Long Yu's gesture. The rest of the crowd also showed suspicious expressions. In their eyes, isn't this a meal, and there is no need to throw away the morals at all. I want to think about what to eat today. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly, various dishes flashed in his mind, and finally settled down. In China, there is no feast without chicken. It is rare for a group of people to gather here, and it should be good to use chicken as a hard dish. Boss, have you made up your mind? I'm so hungry that my belly sticks to my spine. Sanwei urged impatiently. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Go catch some pheasants and come back. If you want to fill your stomach, the more the better." Pheasant. Sanwei was stunned for a moment, and his memory of the image of the chicken was obviously very vague. However, he quickly regained his senses and, accompanied by Feijuan, headed into the forest first. Chapter 129, Drunk Chicken. Long Yu seems to have seen the scene of the chicken flying and the dog walking away. In the future, I am afraid that he will find a group of monks to recite the scriptures to the pheasants in this forest. Che, I thought there was something special, you humans, besides that old-fashioned roast chicken. What else can be put on the table? I still go find some bananas to eat. Four Tails also rushed into the forest. Boss, do you want to follow it? The ghost shark couldn't help but glanced at the direction where the Four Tails were leaving. Long Yu smiled, shook his head and said, "No need, it doesn't have the guts, let me catch it again, a large-scale group performance is not built." Seeing the warm smile on Long Yu's face and these words, the ghost shark couldn't help but twitch for a while, saying, "Then I'll take some ration pills and recover." Leaving these words, the ghost shark also walked straight to the Loquat Shizang. After getting along for a short time, as a ghost shark from Anbu, he clearly knows that everyone here has different habits and personalities. Crazy blast art witches, undead Scrooges, cultists who draw circles cursing you, and eternal puppet artists who love body hollows. An unfathomable problem boy who likes to summon weird people. Looking around the arena, it seemed the most normal, but at first I thought it was the most abnormal, the Loquat Shizang who also came out of the blood fog. Do you want to eat some military ration pills, which can quickly restore physical strength, chakra, and fill the stomach? The ghost shark sat down with his back against the tree. At the same time, he threw the military ration pill in his hand to Loquat Shizang, and put 3 or 5 pieces into his mouth with his backhand, and began to adjust his state. Seeing this scene, Loquat Shizo was a little surprised, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the famous ruthless and ruthless geek in Anbu, Shikigami, would also show a friendly side. A lot of people won't believe it." In the original book, Mist Ninja Village, the dried persimmon ghost shark, as the first person in Anbu, is even the name of the misty monster. If it wasn't for the puffer fish ghost, Watermelon Mountain, who deliberately stumbled him and betrayed the ghost shark secretly, causing him to fail his mission, he would not have embarked on the road of rebellion. Hee, don't get me wrong, I just don't hope that it's rare to have a teammate who is more familiar and can fight on the same front to be eliminated. The dried persimmon ghost shark grinned sternly. You should also see that every one of the monsters summoned by that guy is a monster among monsters, not to mention the evil gods and miser. Even the 7 or 8-year-old clay blaster has extraordinary strength. Once he grows up, it only takes 2 or 3 years to be able to hunt down the shadow class. Think about it, if a group of monsters comparable to the movie level are dispatched, will the 5 major countries be indifferent? Loquat Shizang's complexion changed slightly. He was different from the ghost shark. He was a member of the special guards of the water shadow. Compared with the cool-headed ghost shark, he was still too far behind. Now that I heard the savvy analysis of the ghost shark, I realize the seriousness of the matter. You mean, no matter what? What is the final purpose of the boss, and the confrontation with the 5 major countries, will it never change? Loquat Shizang asked in a deep voice. The dried persimmon ghost shark grinned and said, "What's the matter, are you afraid?" Scared. Loquat Shizang also smiled. I'm excited, and I really want to see how far I can go. Thank you for this ration pill. Hey, you leave me some, my shark muscle, but I need to store my strength, and it will cut me a knife from time to time, and I didn't say that I will give you all of this military ration pill. More than 10 minutes later, a huge body with 4 tails flashed out of the forest, with hundreds of caddies of bananas wrapped around its tails. After returning to the basin, he glanced at Long Yu and said, "Don't look at this Monkey King's bananas. This taste is the most fragrant in the forest, you have to eat it and find it yourself. Or, if you call Monkey brother, I'll give you a banana. Looking at the four tails and sniffing the banana, with a look of intoxication on his face, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, directly ignoring it, and looked at the forest in front of him. Accompanied by a stomping sound resounding like chickens flying and dogs walking. With his backhand and opened it instantly. Bang! A series of kitchen utensils appeared in an instant, and the ghost shark and others were slightly startled. This picnic is too elaborate. However, the identity of Big Brother Long Yu is clearly here, and they are not easy to question, so they can only watch on the sidelines with their stomachs full of food pills. In their eyes, a dignified ninja, a young genius with unfathomable power, should be engrossed in ninjutsu. The so-called cooking skills, even if you touch the sky, it is not enough to be able to fill your stomach. Boss, here comes the chicken. The three-tailed monster screamed, and the dozens of pheasants trapped in the water prison were released instantly. For a time, the chickens are so beautiful. There is a feeling of a white bird facing a phoenix. A deep breath, and Jugoyu's riding wheel eyes turned in vain. Thousands of birds flow. Endless thunder and light pierced through the body, and the raging posture instantly enveloped the flying chickens in the sky. Under a slight touch, the muscles of the pheasant were tensed, and the feathers soaked in the water were instantly swept away by Long Yu's precise thunder, and the chicken feathers were directly swept away. At the same time, at one point of Long Yu's wrist, the long needle in the 7 ninja knives instantly fell into his hand. In the light of thunder, and before the eyes of the 9-go jade riding wheel, it turned into a series of afterimages, passing quickly among dozens of chickens. The speed is so fast that it is completely using the upper body instant technique, and even the naked eye can't keep up. Loquat Shazang and Ghost Shark's cheeks kept twitching, looking at one of the 7 great ninja knives that fell into Long Yu's hands, and it was actually used to kill chickens. This undoubtedly made them almost vomit out old blood. However, looking at Long Yu actually combined ninjutsu, riding wheel eye, and cooking skills together, like a cloud of water. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Cook pot. Long Yu's figure suddenly stopped, and the 3 tails, who were already waiting by the side, rolled up and immediately rolled the pot over. The sky was scorched by thunder, locking in the gravy, emitting bursts of slightly fragrant chicken, and fell directly into the clay pot. Seeing such a grand scene, Siwei, who was sighing at the fragrance of bananas, couldn't help but take a few more glances, showing an expression of great interest. Locked in the gravy, and the chicken nuggets flowing with electric light, they fell neatly into the clay pot. Looking at this scene, the movements in Long Yu's hands did not stop. Everything seemed to flow like clouds and water, forming the seal of the fire escape technique. Fire escape palm immortal fire. The flames ignited in the palm of the hand, and as soon as it was pressed on the clay pot, it gushed out like a blowout. The clay pot, which was still at room temperature, boiled instantly. The chicken inside, the sizzling sound of the burning echoes constantly. The most unbearable thing is that the golden chicken fat on the top is slowly overflowing under the burning flame. The originally tender chicken gradually become golden. At the same time, Long Yu's right hand flashed out, and the spatula in his hand quickly stirred. That have already been prepared are quickly sprinkled on the chicken. To make authentic 3-cup chicken, the essential seasonings are soy sauce, sesame oil, and rice wine. Originally, only 3 cups were needed, but due to too many chickens, Long Yu directly enlarged the amount. 3 main seasonings fall into the clay pot. Along with the frying sound of sizzling, the spatula in Long Yu's hand quickly stirred again. The taste of ginger and green onion, mixed with the fragrance of the 3 seasonings, are perfectly combined in an instant. Soy sauce is delicious, and the sesame oil is fragrant. The chicken pieces are fried together with ginger and spring onion until the fragrance is diffused and opened. At the same time, the spatula in Long Yu's hand rotated rapidly in the center of the clay pot, creating a vacuum zone. Gravy draining, Long Yu put the rice noodles that had already been prepared in it, and at the same time sprinkled the most important spice 9-layer tower on it one by one. The next moment, under the dazzling eyes of everyone, the lid of the pot was snapped on. The scene of flowing clouds and flowing water is simply a kind of, inexplicably pleasing to the eye. Seeing the combination of ninjutsu and cooking, especially the strange fragrance that permeated the air, made everyone swallow a mouthful of saliva. Siwei, the bananas you peeled are cold, so hurry up and eat them. Long Yu glanced at it, widened his eyes, grinned and yawned, with Four Tails stunned. The banana in his hand was broken, and he couldn't help but remind him. Ah! Siwei suddenly became overwhelmed, hurriedly stuffed the banana into his mouth, and said, "Fragrant, these bananas are really fragrant, and I like to eat bananas." Four Tails said so, but their eyes stared straight at the big pot of 3 cups of chicken. "It looks like a true fragrance law." Sanwei gave a white look, and his mind was not on his mouth. He stared at the clay pot and said anxiously, "Boss, is this chicken edible?" For this question, the people around were reluctantly maintaining restraint. However, in the face of this strange food in front of him, there is still a trace of inexplicable urgency. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "I still owe the most important step, drunken chicken." The people who were present with the drunken chicken couldn't help but startled. In their eyes, the chickens had been slaughtered, and how could they be drunk? Just as the idea was born, the next moment they saw Long Yu, backhanded a bottle of specially made rice wine, the moment the stopper was opened. Quickly pour down the entire bottle of rice wine along the edge of the pot lid. The rumbling sound of rice wine sounded, and the light blue flame blazed, quickly covering the lid of the pot. The unique aroma of rice wine is perfectly combined with the soy sauce flavor of chicken. At the same time, Long Yu quickly sealed the edge seam of the pot lid with the clean towel in his hand. The aroma of rice wine and the tender sauce of chicken in the clay pot. Looking at the magical scene, the spit-swallowing sounds of those in the arena are simply endless. After boiling again for a while, the steam goes straight to the lid of the pot. Long Yu backhanded and directly removed the clean towel. The right hand patted the side of the clay pot, and the lid of the pot flipped up instantly, revealing the golden chicken inside. Rice wine, sauce, chicken, rice noodles, and the taste of the 9-story tower are perfectly blended together in an instant. With a breeze passing by, the smell of drunken chicken fills the entire forest. The saliva left under the mouth of the 3 tails has already converged into a small river. Chapter 130, Settled in Rain Nin Village. As for the 4 tails, there is also a lava creek. The remaining half of the banana in his hand had already been squeezed into sauce by the wrong hand, and it was scattered on the ground like fireworks. Others had already swallowed their saliva. "It's time for dinner." Long Yu touched the tip of his nose. These words fell. Sanwei was the first to bear the brunt, turned into an afterimage, and opened directly. Feijuan's corner. Du, who has experience, doesn't care about his usual character, so he rolled up his sleeves and joined the battlefield. Seeing the devoured scene, Loquat Shizang's face turned ashen. "When I thought about it, I heard the ghost shark just now and swallowed the military food pills to fill the stomach. Now they are directly greeting the 18th generation of his ancestors." While hesitating, he saw the ghost shark lift up his muscle and cut it directly on his body. This scene made Loquat Shizang's eyes light up. The shark muscle can consume chakra and stamina. This situation, to quickly clear the inventory in the stomach, there is only this one way. Thinking of this, Loquat Shizang couldn't hold back his breath and said, "Ghost shark, let's cut the muscle of the shark." "Go away, I've only cut 3 knives now, I'll lend it to you when I'm cut to the bone." Scene was chaotic all of a sudden, with the addition of the ghost shark and the Loquat Shizang, it felt like a wind and clouds, normal. There are only 4 tails, grabbing the banana peel in his hand, and cracking his eye sockets. "Aren't bananas fragrant?" Long Yu smiled warmly. 4 tails instantly recovered, wishing to slap himself directly. However, the brilliance that blows out, even if you are kneeling, you have to blow it out. Seeing the smile on Long Yu's face, the Four Tails grabbed the banana on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth together with the skin. That feeling is even stronger than cow chewing peony. This banana is so fragrant, I won't give it to you. Four Tails chewed, and my heart burst into tears. Looking at the big piece of meat and the three tails of the big bowl of wine. The same-tailed beast, the treatment gap is too big. If God gave him another chance, the Four Tails would definitely say no to the banana. Come on, I have prepared your weight. If you don't come, I won't care. Long Yu dropped these words and directly joined the battle circle. Seeing this scene, the Four Tails almost burst into tears, and rushed over. Grandma's monkey, go back to eat bananas, don't rely on the tail to open more. Hey, that piece of meat is mine. Boss, hurry up and drive the monkey away. I can kill you, 10 chickens with one bite. 10 inches. Boss, I'll kill you 20. Monkey, your sister's name is better than mine, and your integrity has dropped. Ghost shark, borrow the shark muscle and I will cut it, and I can continue to eat it. 3 days later, an important piece of information was passed on to the entire ninja world. Yunnan village, in Raikage's office. Kurabi sat on the sofa, fiddling with the dagger in his hand, and glanced at Ai from time to time, with a dark and purple face. You bastard, no news yet. I slammed the table hard with a punch, and under the huge force, even the tabletop cracked, spreading out cracks like spider webs. Who was standing on both sides, suddenly changed his expression. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Tutai, the senior advisor of Yunnan village, walked in quickly. The daimyo has issued an ultimatum. Since the third Raikage is missing, you will be your successor as the fourth Raikage. Tutai took out a letter of appointment and handed it over. Who was already impatient, snatched the appointment letter and said, that group of stupid guys, what process is going on, it's a waste of time. Konoha, what's the news with Sand Ninja Village? Looking at the scolding eye, the ninja, he couldn't help but smack his tongue. However, the past dynasties of Lei Ying's character, perhaps due to the practice of Lei Dun, were extremely popular, and they were already used to this situation. Tutai spoke late, but was quickly interrupted by Ai's eyes. Call me the fourth Raikage, and all the information about the ninja world, give me all the information. Looking at Ai who entered the scene in an instant, Tutai, as the teacher of the fourth generation of Raikage, could only shake his head helplessly, and took out a few information scrolls with his backhand. 4 generations, here are the information retrieved from the land of soil, the land of water, and the leaves of Konoha. Tutai looked at the light blue scroll and said, 4th generations of water has already sent an invitation. In 5 days, he will go to the Iron Country to hold the 5 Shadows talks. In the scroll, what is mentioned is only the agreement on the Armistice Agreement, and how to deal with the hidden dangers brought by Uchiha Longyu. Having said that, Tutai paused for a while and looked at the fourth Raikage. Is a Uchiha Ryu really worth such hard work? The fourth generation of Raikage snorted coldly. Don't forget, our country of thunder is not like those small countries and small ninja villages that can compare. It would be a shame to spread it out if it was because of a betrayal and forbearance. Yoki Trouble, Big Brother, you admitted to the battle that day, and it is also the title of Shadow. Chirabi, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly began to rap. However, he was quickly interrupted by the murderous gaze of the fourth Raikage. Shut up, I did say so, but next time we meet, I will use the lightning escape technique to defeat him and thoroughly investigate the disappearance of the third generation. Speaking of this, the fourth generation of Raikage suddenly burst into thunderlight, and the violent electric current splashed out, and the tabletop that was originally cracked was almost shattered. Fourth Raikage, let's go on. Seeing the fourth Raikage who was about to go berserk again, Tutai smiled bitterly and changed the subject. This is information from Konoha Shinobi Village. 3 generations of Hokage recommended Nika's Minato to become the 4th Hokage, and at the same time put forward a suggestion. I hope that the major shinobi villages will not provoke Uchiha Ryu. Don't provoke him, I wish I could send someone to hunt him down. The fourth Hokage looked stagnant, and immediately became furious again. Had just converged a little, converged on the right hand, and slapped the table with 5 fingers. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the desk shattered. The huge office fell into chaos. Sir Hokage, what happened? The Anbu ninja stationed outside rushed in quickly. However, he was quickly stopped by Tutai's detectives and said with a wry smile, "Just smashed another desk, but this is just right. If the 4th generation knows the next information, this desk still can't escape this fate." Smoke cleared, the 4th generation of Hokage still stood upright, listening to Tutai's words. He couldn't help but snorted coldly, "If you have something to say, can't you finish it all at once? Next time there is nothing. Smash, I can't guarantee I won't smash your head. Besides, nothing is worth making a fuss about." Tutai looked helpless, and subconsciously opened a half-step distance, saying, "In the land of the earth, the encrypted information from the 4-tailed person Zuli has been cracked, and Uchiha Ryu and his party, except in the village of Miston, are silent murderers who temporarily rebelled. In addition to the 10 treasures of Loquat, the eccentric man in the fog, the dried persimmon and the ghost, there are 4 other people. Among them, there are rebellion and forbearance of the land of earth, Didera, the genius explosive boy Clay, Sand Ninja village of the wind country, Scorpion of the genius puppet master Akasha, remnants of the evil god cult of the country of soup, Feijuan, the god of immortal evil god, and Taki of destruction. Ninja village, reduced to 3rd-rate power overnight, bounty hunter undead corner, both." Slightly long voices echoed in the office, and there was no way to disperse for a long time. The faces of the Anbu ninjas present were more or less unbelievable. It can be said that in the list mentioned by Tutai, which one is not a vicious person? Released alone, it is already a first-class reward target. Right now, they are being gathered together by a young man. It can be said that this lineup is luxurious enough to destroy the country. Looking at the 4th Hokage with a gloomy face, Tutai bit his head and opened his mouth. A thunderous roar sounded suddenly in the distance. The sound waves and hurricane formed instantly shattered the floor-to-ceiling glass of Hokage's office. Of the Anbu ninjas present, including Tutai, changed dramatically. That kind of damage can be caused, I'm afraid only that kind of existence exists. Lord Hokage, something bad happened. The second 2-tailed person Zuli went berserk. Please hurry up for reinforcements. An Anbu ninja hurried over. 4th Hokage's face sank, and he shouted angrily, "Follow me all, and seal the tailed beast again in the pot of resentment before the new Ren Zuli arrives." Where is she now? The 4 major ninja villages have temporarily stopped fighting because of Uchiha Longyu, but that doesn't mean they won't intervene in the middle. Don't forget, in addition to Aryun Ninja Village, Yan Ninja Village, and the 3 tails and 4 tails owned by Wuin Village were all captured by Uchiha Longyu, just like Konoha Ninja Village and Sand Ninja Village, only one is left. Tailed beast weapons, if we let them know that we urgently need new containers, I am afraid we will stumble in private. Speaking of this, the 4th generation of Lei Ying's eyes flashed a ruthless look, and he said sharply, "As long as our human pillar power weapon is successfully converted, and we have 2 human pillar powers, it will be enough for me to gain enough initiative in the 5 shadow talks." At that time, Aryunran village was the strongest existence among the 5 great kingdoms. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the office. The 4th Hokage raised his big hand and shouted sharply, "All the staff are dispatched to suppress the 22-tailed people Zuli. I don't care what lineup is Uchiha Ryu, what lineup is luxurious enough to destroy the country. Next time we meet, I will let him pay the price in blood." "Boss, where are we going?" Lifted up the cloak, and looked out thiefly. During this time, Long Yu sent out the people around him one by one, in order to find out the whereabouts of the tailed beast. As for the destination, Long Yu temporarily chose Urin village. With Danzo and Orochimaru's insidious deceit, they will definitely try to escape in Konoha Ninja village. Then, to get the cells of the 1st generation of Hokage and activate the Eyes of Reincarnation, the only way to go to Yurin village is to try it out. After all, in the original work, Danzo and Sanshoyu Hanzo also colluded. Chapter 131, The Lost Dog. Now Danzo has become a bereaved dog, and if he wants to find someone to take refuge in, the remaining 4 ninja villages will definitely not accept it. Only the so-called half-god, Sanjiao Hanzo, may be confident that he can suppress Danzo and introduce this wolf into Yurin village. As for Orochimaru, he and Danzo have a similar smell, and will never cut off contact. There is a tea house in front of you, boss, let's go eat some small balls, although it's not as delicious as the boss's, but I'm greedy. Sanwei said coquettishly. This level of effort made Long Yu speechless. Since the surrender of the 4 tails, the integrity of the 3 tails has become more limitless. Hey, you turtle, you can't be quiet, don't prevent me from sleeping. The 4 tails also drilled their heads out. Bah, dead monkey, there will be balls to eat later, don't be greedy, or your bananas are too fragrant. Siwei was startled, and after looking around for a while, his eyes lit up instantly, he twisted his body directly, and said coquettishly, boss, you see that I'm hungry and thin, let's go and sit for a while. Looking at the 2 big-tailed beasts with no lower limit in an instant, Long Yu's cheeks twitched a few times, and then he walked helplessly towards the Chaliao. Get out of the way, out of the way, out of the way. As soon as Long Yu landed at the entrance of the Chaliao, he saw 7 or 8, a ninja fell first, still holding a bulging package. Long Yu followed them curiously, and was the first to see a familiar face. Lord Yikang, we have already checked the route ahead, and nothing is out of the ordinary. The leading man, wearing a black cloak, said respectfully. Yikang nodded, took a sip of tea, and looked up at Long Yu. It should be a porter, wait here for a while, it will become uneasy, you should leave first. Compared to the other ninjas, Heikura also wore a black cloak, but it did not cover his face. Compared with the original book, when the 4th Ninja World War was summoned, Yi Kang, who is currently in the 3rd Ninja World War, looks even more beautiful and beautiful. A head of orange hair, with skin like suet white jade. And the graceful figure curve, enough to become the flower of the ninja village who disdain the contemporaries. Also, in Sand Ninja Village, Yi Kang is not an embroidered vase. Not only is he outstanding in appearance, but his strength is second only to that of Luo Sha, and he is also a hero of Sand Ninja Village. In the 3rd Ninja World War, as the main force, he fought against the neighboring Mist Ninja Village many times, and made great achievements. If it wasn't for Luo Sha's possession of gold dust, which is comparable to the iron sand of the 3 generations of Fengying, it would be something to suppress the 1-tailed guard crane. A multiplier effect. I am afraid that the person who succeeds the 3rd generation of Kazekage and becomes the 4th generation is not Luo Sha, but Yi King who has the scorching escape. You mean, it's going to get very lively here. Long Yu lowered his cloak and looked around. However, I want to go now, and I'm afraid they won't either. The inexplicable words made Yi King and the others startled. The next moment, there was an awe-inspiring cracking sound from all directions. Whoosh whoosh, a large shuriken shot out from the woods, and in the dappled sunlight, a chilling light circulated. For a time, the entire Chaliao was shrouded in awe-inspiring murderous intent, making people feel a sense of inexplicable fear. That was originally in the tea house, it has long since disappeared. It's an enemy attack. Yi King's face changed suddenly. She did not expect that she would encounter an ambush on the way to Wuyin village to carry out the secret mission. Moreover, from the disguise of this store, it is obviously premeditated. However, as soon as she stood up, a feeling of powerlessness emerged all over her body, and dizziness struck her mind. Tea is poisonous. Yi King woke up instantly, took out an emergency antidote from his waist with his backhand and stuffed it into his mouth. The hands quickly flipped to form a series of spells. Break out of the siege and fight each other. Burning steam hurricane. Voice fell, and the hot steam, like a hurricane, instantly detonated in Yi King's body. The shuriken attacking from all directions was directly blown away by most of them. Who was originally guarding her side, also pulled away to break through. "Take care, old man." 3 urgently reminded. Just as they were about to make a move, they were stopped by Long Yu shaking his head. "When you enter the theater, you must obey the rules and see what happens first." Took out two kunai, and quickly blocked. Although it is deliberately not showing the real, and opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Just blocking these mediocre shurikens is nothing. What's more, some of the ninjas who were secretly ambushed were targeting Yi King. Is no special care for the walkers who break in halfway. Water escape water dragon ball technique. Violent drink was heard in the forest. The water floating in the air was instantly evacuated and condensed into a huge water dragon of dozens of meters out of thin air. Because the land of water is close to the river and adjacent to Yurin village, it rains all year round and the climate is relatively humid. The water escape ninjutsu displayed will double its power by 20 to 30% due to the terrain and climate. If you are particularly proficient in water escape, you can also double the power. It can be said that this kind of place is completely unfavorable for Yi King, who is proficient in burning escape. Kind of, away to home feel. The wind escapes the scythe and Itachi slashes and dances. Yi King's face changed. He touched his right hand on his waist, took out a huge folding fan, and fanned out straight ahead. PFF'd. The sound of the air being torn apart suddenly echoed. Hurricane was like a knife, instantly ripping apart everything along the way. At the same time, Kama Itachi, who was hiding in it, holding a sickle, did not try to collide with the water dragon bullet. Boom! The water dragon of dozens of meters was cut off at the waist, and the water waves condensed into a huge body, pouring down directly to the Chaliao, which had already been devastated by ninjutsu, collapsed under the pressure of a large number of water waves. Seeing the assassins hidden in the forest pouring out one by one, while Yi King's expression changed slightly, the corner of his eye swept across Long Yu's body. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw out a few kunai with his backhand, then pulled away and swept away towards Long Yu. Long Yu slowly dodged the attack while distracted from watching the play. However, he didn't expect that at this juncture, Yi King would be distracted and approach him. Just feeling a fragrant wind blowing towards his face, Yi King grabbed his hand and quickly fled outside. At the same time, his left hand formed a surgical seal, and he started drinking violently. Blast! Word! The detonating talisman wrapped around Kuwusheng suddenly detonated. Turned into a fiery wave and rolled back, completely destroying the devastated Chaliao. Boom! The fiery explosion wave rolled backwards, and the tea house was overturned in response. The endless splash of water disrupted the attack of the assassination ninja. Under the leadership of Yi King, Long Yu also escaped from the Chaliao first. However, in order to break through, it is obviously not as simple as imagined. As soon as he stood firm, the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air was heard incessantly. Water escapes and rushes. Water column sprayed out without warning, and the speed was approaching in the blink of an eye. "I'm sorry, I involved you in the battle, stand behind me, you will be fine." Yi King's face flushed as he watched the attack imminent. Since there was no way to escape, Yi King clearly planned to give it a shot. His hands quickly flipped, forming a series of spells. Earth escape wall. The ground beneath his feet roared loudly. 4 earth walls burst out directly, forming an airtight defensive barrier around the body. At the same time, Yi King's hands flew again, forming a series of spells. The technique of sneaking in the earth. Although Yi King was born in the Sand Ninja Village, as a village hero, he is still second only to the shadow-level powerhouse, and he also knows a lot of ninjutsu. The ground beneath his feet was like a wave of water, and his body was blurred and directly submerged into the ground below. "You stay here, the hardness of this earth wall, they can't break it for a while." Yi King dropped these words and went directly underground. Boom! The turbulent waves of water hit the earth wall instantly, and the huge impact force made the wall crackle. However, as Yi King said, the defensive power of this earth wall is obviously far greater than the destructive power of the water escape, so under the first wave of impact, it was not completely broken. However, the gentleman does not stand under the dangerous wall. Facing this wave of attacks, Long Yu has no thought of waiting to die. Little 4. Long Yu let out a soft cry, and at the same time left a series of detonating talismans in the earth wall with his backhand. The four tails reacted instantly. The scarlet chakra covered Long Yu, and the ground beneath his feet rolled away like lava. Mass escape lava road. With the help of the four tails melting escape, Long Yu absconded several dozen meters away before showing his stature. Jugo Jade's riding wheel eyes turned around suddenly, and the hidden enemies around him were quickly exposed. Ah! The screams came out suddenly. Long Yu instantly caught Yi King's location. I saw her breaking out of the ground, immediately. Appears behind an assassinated ninja. The ninja sword in his hand stabbed diagonally into the back of an assassination ninja like a thunderbolt. Blood splashed down, and the assassination ninjas around were instantly alarmed. Hurriedly followed the sound, and the first thing I saw was a black shadow flashing out. Burning escape clone steam explosion. A group of assassinated ninjas have yet to respond. In front of him swelled up with a sound, and the next moment, like a balloon, it shattered with a sound. Who couldn't escape in time were instantly covered by fiery high-temperature steam. Accompanied by screams of screams, it was rolled back with the explosion of the sky. After everything returned to calm, there were only 7 or 8 corpses left on the ground, with severely dehydrated and burnt corpses. 8 people 8 inches. Yi King's expression was stagnant, and he hurriedly looked at the earthen wall, and the next moment his expression changed drastically. The heroes of Sand Ninja Village are really powerful, but I really want to see how the person you want to protect will die in front of you. The assassination ninja laughed horribly. Now that other ninjas have been killed, he will be punished even if he returns alive. As dead horizontally and vertically, it's better to drag a pad on the back. Are you looking for me? Chapter 132, Mist Ninja Village. Where are you and what's in there? Assassination Ninja's expression suddenly changed. Long Yu smiled playfully. Of course it's a surprise. Blast me. Fell. The magic seal in Long Yu's hand was knotted, and the detonating talisman left in the soil barrier instantly detonated. Boom. A thunderous explosion sounded, and the fiery wave of fire rolled back, directly drowning the remaining assassination ninjas. Yi King looked at this scene, his expression changed, he turned around and glanced at Long Yu, and quickly walked away. Let's go quickly. The traces of battle here will soon attract the attention of people from other forces. I don't think you want to be discovered. Hearing these intriguing words, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and quickly followed. It seems that the heroes of Sand Ninja Village are still not easy to fool. The two were one after the other, after rushing out 2 or 3 kilometers, and after confirming that there was no pursuit, they stopped on a small hillside. I don't know who you are, but your real identity should be a ninja. Yi King turned around, staring straight at Long Yu and sizing up. This move made Long Yu speechless for a moment. He thought Yi King could see his true identity, but now it seems that women can't escape the lives of silly Bai Tian. However, it is precisely because of Yi King's simplicity that in the original work, Luo Sha successfully dug a hole. It's just for this beautiful misunderstanding. Long Yu is idle anyway, this scene can still go on. I'm a bounty hunter, and your head is very valuable in the black market. Long Yu smiled genially. This sentence, but the corner, all matching lines. In this case, it is not too much to borrow it for use. Yi King laughed, put away Kuwu with his backhand, took out a money bag, and threw it to Long Yu. I'm glad you are a bounty hunter. There are 1 million taels here. I want to hire you and escort me there. Mist Hidden Village. Hire me. Raised doubts about the character design of silly white sweet Yi King, weighed the purse in his hand, and said, aren't you afraid? I will also take off the head on your neck midway. That's worth 30 million taels. And I don't seem to be that cheap. There is a miser by his side, and Long Yu also knows a little about the reward of the black market. Especially in the black market, women's bounty will be less, but every strength is very outstanding. For example, as the precious granddaughter of the first Hokage, the big fat goat Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, is worth 80 million taels in the black market. As the hero of Sand Ninja Village, Yi King was offered a reward of 30 million, or because of her young age. If she is allowed to grow up, I am afraid she will be another Sand Ninja consultant, the existence of the old woman of Chio. Don't be such a miser. The million taels on me are still earned from the mission during this period of time, and I plan to donate it to the orphanage. If it's not for a more important mission this time, I'm not willing to take it out. Yi King blinked his eyes and said, I'll add another kiss, you promise me. It's the first kiss. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. However, the current Yi King is indeed different from when she was reincarnated by the filth, at least she has no intention of revenge. Yixin is just working hard as a hero of Sand Ninja Village. It's not. Yi King blushed slightly, glared at him, and said stubbornly, I was chaste at the age of 3, and I had 555 male votes at the age of 10. Now I am 18, and I haven't had my first kiss. Do you want it? Don't you want it? Pulled down. Don't. Replied angrily, I want 1,000,001 taels. 1 or 2. Yi King was stunned for a moment, then stomped his feet and said, You mean, my first kiss isn't even worth a tael? This is what you said, and it has nothing to do with me. Long Yu smiled and shook his head, how about kissing each other twice? You. Yi King glared at him, and his expression suddenly changed as soon as he spoke. I hurriedly looked into the distance, and I saw several fast-approaching figures. It's missed. Looking at the person's forehead guard, Yi King secretly breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head and said, Don't worry, although you have already joined the joint wooing, but I will not cancel the discussion, you can go with me to Wooing Village. Take a walk. It seems that my teammates have all been killed, otherwise they would have gathered here long ago. I said, I'm not that cheap. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, Have you ever thought that when you were attacked and all your teammates died, people from Wooing Village came to the door so quickly? Isn't the whole thing weird? Be careful of being sold, and still helping people with money. Yi King Lumei frowned, shook his head and said, It shouldn't be possible. The mission I performed this time is known only to the 4th generation of Fengying. Moreover, this is about the safety of Sand Ninja Village, and Wooing Village also has the intention to reach an armistice agreement, so there should be no mistakes. What's more, this is the border of the country of water. We originally made an appointment to meet here. The battle just now was so loud, it is not difficult to find our traces. Looking at Yi King, who justified what he said, Long Yu also gave up the idea of persuasion. Who was approaching quickly in the distance, also fell on the hillside, and the ninja leading the team seemed to be somewhat familiar. Are you Yi King from Sand Ninja Village? By Korean Village is a 16 or 17-year-old boy with sky blue hair. When speaking, 2 sharp little tiger teeth are also exposed, and a huge scroll is stretched across his waist. I am Yi King, he is. Yi King nodded, but found that he forgot to ask Long Yu's name. Feather Dragon. Long Yu replied smoothly, Sand Ninja Village Chunin. Wu Yin, who took the lead in Chunin, was stunned for a moment, and said, I didn't expect that with such a huge battle just now, a Chunin would still survive. I'm not laughing at you, don't get me wrong. Hee, of course I won't misunderstand, but I am also more afraid of death, perhaps because the goddess of luck is nostalgic, so I escaped. Long Yu laughed dryly and didn't care at all. Until now, he finally thought of who this young boy with blue hair was. If you guessed correctly, he should be the ghost lamp full moon of the same family as the 2nd generation of water shadow ghost lamp, the moon. A tough kid who claims to be able to play with 7 ninja knives. Yes, then you were really lucky. Ghost Lantern Manu grinned, and quickly turned his attention to Yi King. Ghost Landman Moon, is the temporary captain of this operation. Are you injured? Here is a one medical pill that can help you recover. Speaking, Ghost Lantern Manu took out a black pill with his backhand and handed it to Yi King. Yi King was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, I don't need it for the time being." "Okay, let's go now." Ghost Lantern Manu didn't insist either. After putting away the pills, he issued an order to rectify. Long Yu frowned and looked at Yi King, whose face was a little red. He remembered that he was in the tea house, but he was poisoned. Although, taking the emergency antidote, it may be difficult to completely remove the toxin. "Don't you need a break?" Long Yu asked. Yi King shook his head. "No need, it's not far from Wu Nin Village, I can still persevere, don't forget, I am the hero of Sand Nin Village." As he spoke, Yi King was about to leave. However, he soon saw a terribly embarrassed figure plundering from a distance. "Hersha, are you all right?" Yi King looked happy. Ghost Lantern Manu stepped aside while on guard and said, "Is this also from your Sand Ninja Village? It seems to be quite lucky." Captain Ghost Lantern laughed. Yi King didn't care either, and hurried up to meet him. Looked slightly embarrassed, landed on the hillside, and after standing firm for a while, he said with lingering fears, "Lord Yi King, I'm glad you're fine, otherwise I don't know how to explain it to the fourth generation when you return to the village." "Is this Captain Ghost Lantern? Thank you for your support. It's not too early, Lord Yi King, we should leave soon, otherwise, things will change later." Yi King nodded in agreement and said, "Hesha, you are right, rather than wasting time here, it's better to finish the task first and feel more at ease. Let's go quickly." Manu had no objection to this proposal, and after looking back at Long Yu, she jumped ahead to lead the way. Because it is now on the border of the water country, the village of Mist Ninja is the gateway to the water country. From the map, it only takes about 30 minutes to arrive at Kirin village from here. Otherwise, there would never have been a tea house where travelers like to stay. It's foggy. Yi King just landed on a big tree. Looking at the thicker fog around him, Lu Mei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Lord Yi King, don't be nervous, this is in the land of water, and it is normal for fog to appear near the river," Hersha explained. "Furthermore, it's not far from the entrance of Mist Ninja Village, it shouldn't be far." Ghost Lantern Manu, who took the lead, nodded and said, "It's really not far. This fog is the natural barrier of our Mist Ninja Village. If there is no map and markers, it will take a lot of effort and time to find the entrance to the ninja village." Speaking of this, Ghost Lantern Manu looked up at the sky, fiddled with the compass in his hand, and said, "It's not too early, Master Mizuying is also waiting, let's enter the ninja village first, so that we can avoid encountering it again. To the attack. Let's go." Yi King nodded in agreement, glanced at Long Yu, deliberately fell behind him, lowered his voice and said, "Why didn't you speak? Didn't you have sharp eyes just now? When you come to the end of a dark road, if you don't hit the south wall and don't look back, you will soon know that this million tails, I'm really not a white prostitute," Long Yu said with a smile. During the conversation between the two, the ghost lamp full moon had already brought everyone and landed on the ground first. The original forest suddenly opened up, and the first entrance was a passageway opened in the rocky mountain. "Through here, we can reach the pier, and then by means of the ferry, we can reach the village." Ghost Lantern Moon looked back at Yi King. Yi King nodded and followed quickly. However, as soon as he stepped into the entrance of the canyon, the mutation has protruded. Chapter 133, Silent Murder. After one step fell, the white fog that filled the surroundings suddenly rose sharply. The degree of viscosity, like ink, can almost reach the level of the fingers. What made Yi King's nerves tense the most was the lingering mist. Normally, as long as it is ordinary fog, it will flow with the airflow and wind. But the fog in front of him was completely different, as if it were still, there was no movement at all. That can cause this situation is the silent killing technique of Mist Ninja Village. Whoosh! Two piercing sounds resounded suddenly. The fog that filled the sky, two cold lights lit up, and when Yi King reacted, two specially made large knives slashed towards her throat in a tricky manner. The violent scene caused Yi King's expression to change drastically. Burning steam burst. A fiery wave of air, accompanied by the falling of the magic seal, exploded in an instant. The two heavy swords that attacked were directly overturned by the air wave, and the two ninjas who approached at the same time also screamed and flew out. Burning escape is a special kind of blood-following boundary, which can instantly burst out fiery high-temperature air waves. As a means of attack, it can easily burn people, and even evaporate the water in the body, turning it into a mummified existence. Seeing the two sneak-attacking ninjas being knocked into the air, Yi King's expression sank, and he shouted anxiously, "Ghost Lantern Moon Moon, what the hell is going on? Don't forget, this time we are here for reconciliation. Hesha, Yulong, where are you?" Seeing that the fog around him was getting thicker and thicker, Long Yu's words flashed in Yi King's mind. Sold, and she also helped the number of people. However, Yi King couldn't understand who was selling her. "Lord Yi King, are you all right?" Hesha broke through the fog and suddenly came to Yi King's side. Looking at the man in front of him, Yi King secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, I'm not serious, it's just that Wuyin village may go back on its word. We must notify the fourth generation as soon as possible, otherwise, Wuyin village will take the initiative. Wait a while, I will use my full power to use Feng Dun to try to break through the fog. You can find a chance to escape first. If you can, see if you can find Yulong and take him away." A series of orders were given orderly by Yi King. Of Sand Ninja Village, she is still second only to the shadow-level powerhouse, and her adaptability on the battlefield is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Go! Yi King took a deep breath, and quickly flipped his hands, seeking to unleash the strongest wind in a very short period of time. However, just as this idea came to her mind, the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air from behind made her look stunned. "Lord Yi King, it's okay if you're not in serious trouble, you'd better die obediently." Grim expression on his face, Hesha held the kunai in his hand and stabbed Yi King in the back. The distance is so close, and in the process of using Feng Dun, Yi King wanted to defend himself, but there was absolutely no way to catch up. Could only watch helplessly, it was beyond his imagination. However, don't worry, your death this time is also a prerequisite for our Sand Ninja Village and Mist Ninja Village to reach a truce and reconciliation agreement, so after your death, you will also be regarded as a hero by us. Hersha roared frantically. It can be said that anyone who can personally solve a hero is a great pleasure. Seeing the rapidly dilated kunai in his pupils, Yi King was stunned. She never imagined that, as a hero of Sand Ninja Village, instead of dying on the battlefield, she would fall into the blades of her companions. Recalling the strange words that Long Yu had just said, his face became bitter. PFF'd. It sounded like the sound of torn cloth. Who was approaching quickly, suddenly shrank his pupils, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Scarlet blood water appeared on the throat, and the next moment, the entire neck was suddenly tightened. The entire neck was cut off at the same time, and at the same time the blood was splashing, the huge head flew in the air and fell heavily on the ground. The violent scene caused Yi King's expression to change dramatically. Looking at kunai, who was about to be sent into his back, he fell to the ground with a clang, and he couldn't react. In the startling glance just now, she vaguely saw a silver streak passing by. In the fog not far away, the ghost lamp blinked, looked at the perceiver beside him, and said anxiously, "How is the situation now?" However, as soon as the voice fell, a ghostly figure appeared in the endless fog. Hidden in it, the long needle-like blade revealed its sharp fangs, cutting the perception ninja's throat one step ahead. Blood splashed, and the hot blood caused the faces of Ghost Lantern Manu and Wu Nin, who was present, to change dramatically. This is silent murder. A sharp-eyed Mist Nin was the first to lose his breath. In order to carry out this mission, they have been selected, and each of them is an elite assassin. 7 members of the Mist Ninja, who presided over the assassination of the Loquat Tenzo, it is obviously still too far behind. Originally, the Mist Ninja killing technique, which was their barrier, turned out to be someone else's means. The huge gap between the front and rear is a bit too big. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Don't mess around, I don't believe this person will be stronger than us in the Mist Ninja killing technique, do'ent. Forget that we are the hunters. Ghost Lantern Manu's face sank, and he shouted in a hurry. The mission this time is related to the revitalization of their Ghost Lamp clan. Once it fails, I am afraid that even his younger brother Gui Deng Shuiyu will not be able to graduate in the blood fog. Thinking of the vigorous and resolute means of the 4 generations of Water Shadows, Ghost Lantern Manu's spine is still chilled. Go! Ghost Lantern Manu got rid of the cluttered thoughts in his mind and started drinking violently. Voice fell, the dozen or so mist ninjas surrounding him set off in an instant. In the mist, they are like a duck in water. As a fog ninja, they firmly believe that no matter how superb the opponent's strength was, there was still no way to win under the absolute suppression of the number of people. However, this idea just popped into my mind. They just rushed out 7 or 8 steps, and the whole person seemed to have bumped into an invisible barrier. A look of disbelief on his face, his pupils shrank suddenly as he looked at the murderous intent hidden in the mist. Sorry, I'm the hidden hunter. The playful voice came out suddenly. The next moment, the sound of torn fabrics echoed in the endless fog. Ninja sews spiders with long needles. White swaying, the steel wire like a sharp blade tightened instantly in the endless fog. A dozen meters of fog endured being caught off guard, and was directly cut in two. Blood splashed like a fountain, which was shocking to see. The expression of the ghost lamp full moon, who was standing in the same place, changed drastically in an instant. The huge scene fell into a dead silence in an instant. The ghost lamp full moon looked at the terrifying scene in front of him, and his face was full of disbelief. This completely subverted his cognition. The critical moment just now, if it weren't for the years of experience in life and death battles, he had made a conditioned reflex response and paused for 2 or 3 seconds. I'm afraid, what awaits him now is the same death. Looking at the scene in front of him, there is also a glimpse of silk thread. He suddenly remembered an important thing, the 7 ninja swords that were handed down in the village of Kirin. However, with the fall of the previous ninja swordsman, the 7 people, it fell into the hands of the rebel ninja Loquat Shazang and dried persimmon ghost shark. But in the mist ninja, everyone is only good at one of the ninja swords. The Loquat Shazang is good at beheading the big sword, and the dried persimmon ghost shark also inherits the shark muscle. Who are hiding in the endless fog at the moment are using long needles. This is what Karirara Kushimaru is good at among the 7 people, long knife sewing needles. What I used just now was the spider seam of the long sword forbearance. Hide the steel wire containing chakra in the mist. Once it is displayed, it is like a spider weaving a web, waiting for an opportunity to hunt and kill, making it hard to guard against. However, this approach may be useful for others. But for the ghost lanterns with hydration bodies, it is not a problem to destroy them. The messy thoughts swept through his mind quickly, the ghost lamp full moon quickly flipped his hands, and a series of spells fell instantly. The art of escaping the great waterfall by water. The violent water waves surged out under the feet, and at the moment when the hands were folded, it spewed like a waterfall. The next moment, it turned into a wave that rolled around and rolled away, forming a huge impact. The violent scene made Yi King's face change drastically. His feet were attached to chakra, and while he was barely standing still, his hands fluttered and formed a large number of spells, and the next moment, they clasped together and roared in anger. Wind escape gale breakthrough. This is the strongest wind ninjutsu she can use, and at the same time, a small amount of scorching is added, which can make the rolled-up storm more powerful. The moisture in the air and cause a small amount of burns. A fiery hurricane rolled back with Yi King as the center. In the blink of an eye, a violent air wave was formed, which instantly rolled the mist that was pervading around, and quickly spread around. At the same time, Yi King, with the help of perception ninjutsu, quickly glanced over the field. When he saw the corpses everywhere, and Long Yu who was holding a long needle was startled at first, the next moment he saw countless waves of water gathered under Long Yu's feet. "Kid, die for me!" the ghost lamp full moon roared. The body that displayed the hydration technique, like a sky curtain, headed under the dragon feather cover. The violent scene caused Yi King's complexion to change drastically. She had already vaguely guessed what happened just now, and the killing of Wu Ninja was related to Long Yu. Just seeing the ghost lamp full moon perform the technique of hydration, intending to trap Long Yu, it is still in a hurry. "Yulong, be careful!" Yi King shouted in a hurry, threw out several shuriken with his backhand, and attacked the ghost lamp full moon. However, as soon as the shuriken fell, it was like a rock sinking into the sea, only splashing a little wave, and it didn't play the slightest role at all. "Give me death!" Ghost lamp full moon roared fiercely, and the liquefied body shrouded the dragon feather head on like a big net. Bang! With the help of the body of hydration, Ghost Lamp Manu's body instantly soared to 7 or 8 meters, like a hill. Chapter 134, Master Shuiying. Most importantly, once trapped in water, there will be an illusion of being stuck in a water prison and unable to move. The wind escapes the sickle and Itachi slashes and dances. Yi King's expression changed, and he hurriedly pulled out the folding fan from his waist and threw it out suddenly. Together with the gust of wind, Kama Itachi, who was hidden in the hurricane, instantly appeared behind the ghost lamp full moon. The scythe held in his hand slashed directly at the back of the ghost's head at a tricky angle. PFF'd. The water splashed, and the seemingly incomparable sickle cut through the water curtain in an instant. However, in the face of this blow, Ghost Lantern Manu turned his neck and looked behind him like a person with nothing to do. He didn't forget to grin and sneer. "Yi King, this attack, for me, has no effect at all, just watch him suffocate to death, and let me kill you. Only in this way can you become the hero who rescued Sand Ninja Village." Yi King's face turned pale all of a sudden, and after Kama Itachi missed a hit, he had already disappeared out of thin air. Most importantly, by now, she has figured out what the secret mission that Luo Sha is unwilling to reveal is. Exchange your life for the truce between Sand Ninja Village and Mist Ninja Village. I said, if you add a thunder, you should be very sour. A playful voice came out suddenly. Ghost Lantern Full Moon and Yi King's expressions froze, and they hurriedly followed the sound. Trapped in a water dungeon, he should be unable to speak, and will gradually die in drowning. However, now Long Yu, like a person with nothing to do, quietly stood in the water, forming a magic seal with his backhand. Lei Dun Qilin. Boom! Rolling thunder resounded suddenly. In the sky dissipated like a frightened bird. The next moment, the purple thunder light, like a punishment from the sky, turned into a unicorn and descended from the sky. The fast-moving posture gives people a feeling of being caught off guard. 1/1000th of the speed of light, %, is completely impossible to hide. Witnessing the ghost lamp full moon in this scene, only a thought flashed through my mind before I was added by the unicorn. Fuck, is this a catastrophe? The endless thunder light rolled back, and the swooping posture made the entire canyon shake. The splashing thunder light, like a horned dragon, shattered a large piece of mountain rock. One after another shocking cracks quickly spread around. Yi King was also shocked by this astonishing scene in front of her. The only thing that made her happy was that this shocking blow was not locked on her body. Taking advantage of this chance to breathe, while withdrawing and retreating, his hands flew and formed a series of spell marks. Earth escape wall. One after another earth wall quickly broke out of the earth, forming 5 layers in an instant. For a ninja from a Sand Ninja Village, to be able to condense 3 layers of earth walls in an instant is already quite remarkable. However, in the face of the thunderbolts that burst out violently like a horned dragon, the earth wall was instantly pierced. First floor, the second floor, the third floor, and the fourth floor felt that the chakra condensed in the earth wall was defeated, when the crisp cracking sound came out. The fifth layer of earth wall burst into cracks like spider webs in an instant. Seeing that indestructible thunder, Yi King smiled sadly. He raised his hands subconsciously, delusionally trying to block the blow. Boom! The thunder was bursting, and the thunder rolled away. The long-awaited death did not come, so Yi King was stunned and looked up in a hurry. The sky dissipated, leaving a messy canyon. The shattered rock, like a horned dragon, had shocking cracks that stretched across the entire ground. The sunken giant pit was penetrated by more than 10 meters. Were charred rocks on both sides, and it was shocking to see the devastation. Looking at this scene, and then looking at the thin figure in front of him. There is also a shrouded outside, like a blood-colored asura. Yi King smiled bitterly. After reading it back and forth, I finally understood why Long Yu said that 1,000,000 tails could not move him. The so-called Yulong, in turn, is the Uchiha Long Yu who has recently shocked the entire ninja world and is known as Konoha's blood-colored asura. A ninja capable of subverting the ninja world. A thunderbolt, the power is so terrifying. Even in the Mist Ninja Village, Ghost Lantern Manu, who is known as the genius of the Ghost Lantern family, was also killed with one hit. This result is too shocking. No, it should be said that if this move falls on her, she will also die. It's a good deal for 1,000,000. Long Yu withdrew Susanoo. In the face of Kirin, he wanted to retreat completely, but only Susanoo could do it. Good deal, just. Yi King's expression darkened. However, as soon as he lowered his head, he felt a warmth coming from his cheeks, but he didn't respond. She found out that she had been kissed forcibly. Okay, we've cleared the numbers, and from now on, there are strangers in the world. Long Yu patted the dust on his body, turned and left. However, when he was beside Yi King on the road, Long Yu still paused and said, "You better not stay here, there is so much noise here, people from Wu Nin village will arrive soon." Shuiying, it's small, and it's not a simple thing. These words, Long Yu jumped and disappeared directly on the spot. Yi King bit his lip lightly, glanced at the ruins, then looked in the direction where Long Yu disappeared, gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Facing Luo Sha's betrayal, she could never pass the threshold in her heart. 5 or 6 minutes later, one after another, the sound of breaking through the air rushed in from all directions. When he saw the messy canyon and the piercing hole in front of him, his pupils shrank suddenly. What the hell is going on? A fog ninja took the lead and his expression changed dramatically. This is the strength of the Sand Ninja Village hero, second only to the 4th generation of Cage's burning ninja Yi King, right? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people present also changed. An old man standing beside Yuju Yakura couldn't help but said, "Manu is very arrogant, but his strength is in the upper ninja, but he is like a leader. After all, there are no ordinary people in the Ghost Lantern clan. Even he was defeated. Could this be a conspiracy of Sand Ninja Village to sell Yi King under the guise, and then counter-assassinate our elite team? Counting the loss of the Full Moon Squad, our Mist Ninja Village has lost 30 elite ninjas. At ordinary times, 30 elites is not a large number for a ninja village. However, now that the war is coming to an end, Yakura Godachibana leads the meeting of the 5 shadows to deal with Uchiha Ryu. Therefore, any loss of strength will affect the deterrent power of Mist Ninja Village. When I think of the 7 members of the Mist Ninja, who are known to frighten the ninja world, they were defeated by Uchiha Ryu alone. Was a heavy blow to Mist Ninja Village. Not an exaggeration to be called a sudden collapse. It is precisely because of such a huge loss of combat power that Yakura Godachibana was temporarily recommended as Mizukage because of his responsibility to denounce Uchiha Ryu. Ching, do you feel it? Tachibana Yakura looked at Al behind him. I'll see. Qing's hands suddenly folded, and the right eye that had been suppressed by the spell was directly released. White eyes. The white eyes are instantly rounded, and the blue veins are highlighted, showing the power of the white eyes. If Konoha's people knew, the eyes of the Hyuga sect's family fell into the hands of outsiders. Absolutely will be shocked. There are faint chakra fluctuations in the deep pit crack below. After Qing continued for a while, a large amount of sweat also oozes out of his forehead. After checking it again, he couldn't hold on anymore, and the magic seal in his hand was immediately released. The spell hanging on the earlobe quickly blocked the white eyes. As a foreigner, there is no suitable physique, just like Kakashi's transplanted writing wheel. It can only be turned on, not turned off. Once the seal is lifted, Bai Yan will continue to consume chakra. Qing, are you alright? Tachibana Yakura frowned. He carried out the transplant according to that person's method. Thank you for the care of the 4 generations. At the beginning of use, the control of white eyes is still not enough, but it will gradually improve in the future. After Qing took a sigh of relief, she looked at the deep tunnel with a dignified expression. There is still a strong current in it. Qing, you mean, this attack is not from Yi Kang's hand? The old man asked eagerly. However, he was quickly interrupted by Yutaki Yakura, who said, summon Ghost Lantern Manu first and ask. Don't forget their family, but they have a special physique. As long as it is not a fatal blow, they can survive through liquefaction, but the speed must be fast, otherwise he will die without treatment. Got it. Qing responded immediately. A scroll was taken out. Rapid flip of both hands, a series of magic seals were formed, and the next moment they spread out. At the same time, a drop of body cells from the ghost lamp full moon dropped directly into the technique reserved in the middle of the scroll. Reverse the psychic ghost lamp curse mark. Bang! White mist is swirling around, and the water mist scattered in the deep pit is quickly gathered. At the same time, an illusory figure deep in the crack was quickly pulled out. Looking at this mysterious scene, everyone's expressions froze. Soon he saw that the full moon of the ghost lamp with burns all over his body was lying on the scroll, and his expression changed drastically. In the Mist Ninja Village, who does not know that the hydration body of the ghost lamp clan is immune to physical attacks and weakens the power of other attribute attacks? However, now that he is seriously injured and dying, if he hadn't used the ghost lamp clan to forcibly reunite his body, he would have died. It's Mizuyo-sama. The ghost lamp full moon struggled to open his eyes. Their ghost lamp clan is afraid of thunder, but that also weakens the power of their hydration technique. In the original work, the ghost lamp Shueyu cannot die even if it is hard to shake the 8-tailed beast Jade. As a genius of the ghost lamp clan whose strength is superior to that of the water moon, the ghost lamp full moon is even more proficient in this life-saving means. Manu, don't move casually. Who hurt you and ruined our plan? Tachibana Yakura said in a deep voice. Ghost Lantern Manu was stunned for a moment, then his face showed fear, and his emotions instantly became excited. It's him here. Mizukage-sama, you proposed the 5 shadow talks, the 3 generations of Hokage prophecy came true, the monster blood-colored Asura came to take revenge on our fog ninja village. The hysterical roar echoed in the ruins and did not dissipate for a long time. At this moment, it seemed as if the magic sound was poured into it, penetrating the depths of the soul, so that the ninjas present couldn't help but glance around vigilantly. Look for that terrifying figure. Chapter 135, Heroes of Sand Ninja Village. Ghost Lantern Full Moon, what nonsense are you talking about? Citrus Yakura gave a cold drink. Immediately. Take him down for treatment, he is so injured that he will become unconscious and talk nonsense here. I didn't talk nonsense. In the ninja world, the only person who can use such a powerful thunderbolt to instantly defeat me is the blood-colored Asura. Ghost Lantern Full Moon struggled and said. However, he was soon injected with the medicine by the medical ninja and fell into a coma. As the ghost lights and the full moon receded, the atmosphere in the field not only did not ease, but became more and more depressed. In the face of the last words of the ghost lamp full moon, no one can really refute. In Konoha's northwest stronghold, Konoha's blood-colored Asura, who first showed his edge, was a powerful thunderbolt that instantly killed hundreds of Yunren. Fourth generation, what should we do if it is really the warning that Uchiha Ryu gave us? The elder couldn't hold his breath. The eyes of all the mist ninjas present all fell on Yutaki Yakura's body, and their faces became urgent. HMPH, now that the Five Shadows Conference is being held, it is already born of the situation. If we cancel the Five Shadows Conference led by our Mist Ninja Village because of a false warning, then our Mist Ninja Village will become the laughingstock of the ninja world. Goji Tachibana Yakura snorted coldly. Don't forget, even if he is the strongest, he can't fight against a ninja village. There are still 4 days left, and the Five Shadows Conference will be held. Before the results come out, the village's perception barrier will be opened, and all tasks and activities outside the village will be stopped. Let Terumi may preside over the overall situation of the village and at the same time delegate tasks to that kid. Didn't he tell him to lie down and be a group of 7 people? He's already tempered his strength well. The complicated orders fell in an orderly manner. After the expression of the Mist Ninja who was present changed slightly, he finally remained silent. In the face of Suiying's order, no matter how many reluctance they have in their hearts, they can only accept the order. Especially in the blood fog, obeying orders is the first and foremost condition. Otherwise, it will be a dead end. Also, pass on what happened here to the 4 great ninja villages, and let them quickly bring the meeting to the process, and let me disband it all. Goji Tachibana Yakura raised his backhand, and the fog around him, including the elder, dissipated in an instant. For a while, in the huge ruins, only the Tachibana Yakura was left, standing quietly in the same place. About 3 or 4 minutes, a black shadow burrowed out from the ground. 4th generation Shuiying-sama, you seem to be in a bad mood. A soft, hoarse voice sounded. Goji Tachibana Yakura treated him coldly and said, "Didn't you say, why would that kid suddenly attack our Mist Ninja village if he doesn't have the strength to provoke him?" For this mysterious man who appeared in the middle of the way, encouraged him to get the position of Mizuyage, and sent the method of transplanting the white eyes, Godachibana Yagura has always been on the alert. However, every time he saw the pair of blood moon-like hooked jade writing round eyes, his expression tightened. 4th generation, you won't be afraid of this, right? Black Jew laughed mischievously. Not long ago, after long you killed the aged Madara Uchiha, Heiju absconded. In Madara Uchiha's hidden laboratory, obtain a spare pair of writing wheels. He came to the village of Mist Ninja, and bewitched Yakura to become Mizukage. However, he clearly knew that the most crucial part was Nagato, allowing him to realize Madara Uchiha's plan to resurrect. HMPH, this time things were temporarily suppressed by me, but didn't you say that you have the control method of tailed beasts? Yagura snorted coldly. If you dare to lie to me, don't blame me for being rude. Haha, don't be too impatient for the 4th generation of water shadows. Of course I will give you what I promised you, but don't forget what you promised me. Heihuiwei smiled and said, the 3 tails are now missing, and the other person, Zhu Liu, is tall. Although you are monitoring it, it will take some time to make full use of it. I hope you will be patient. In that case, you will become the strongest water shadow ever. HMPH, I hope it's the same as what you said, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Goji Tachibana Yakura snorted coldly. Someone is here, hurry up and leave. Got it. Heiju responded, burrowed directly into the ground, and disappeared. 7 or 8 seconds later, a Kirin Anbu came galloping towards the village, landed in front of Yutaki Yakura, and said in a hurry, 4th generation, the person you ordered to convene suddenly left the village not long ago. It's like running away with a knife. He left the village. Wolf Orange arrow sank, and a punch hit the tree trunk. Bastard, it's time to hire someone, That guy is still as crazy, let someone find him back, and at the same time choose another person to accompany me to attend the Five Shadows conference. Other hand, Rainin village borders the land of water. After Long Yu solved the ghost lamp full moon, he ran to Yurin village. However, just after walking more than 10 miles, he turned back helplessly and looked behind him. How long are you going to follow me? A pretty shadow flashed out in the dark, revealing Yi King's appearance. Looking at her with a hesitant face, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "You don't intend to make me a pick-up man, right?" Quote. Pick-up man. Yi King's expression was stagnant, and he asked awkwardly, "What is Long Yu?" In the face of this modernization process, let alone the silly and sweet Yi King, even Konoha is mentally retarded. No, I'm afraid I can't figure it out even if it should be Shikahi Sonara. Seeing Yi King digging deeper, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, "The meaning is very simple, that is what someone else did to you. You were pregnant, and then depended on me." Long Yu, what are you talking about? Yi King exploded instantly. During the war, she had no personnel, but she was still very clear about that. I'm just a metaphor. Long Yu was helpless. However, he soon saw that Yi King walked over quickly, grabbed his arm, and said in a hurry, "I don't care, you ruined my innocence, I'm going to depend on you. If you don't want to, then kill me." Looking at Yi King, who was suddenly confused, Long Yu was stunned for a moment, then helplessly reached out and rubbed her head, saying, "Actually, you don't need to do this. If you really don't have a place to go, I can take you in, but the road of rebellion is not easy to go." Feeling the warm big hand on his head, Yi King's body trembled suddenly, and the hot tears accumulated in his eyes suddenly poured out. The next moment, he threw himself directly into Long Yu's arms. As a person who considers himself a hero of the village, perhaps there is nothing to be betrayed by the object that he is willing to give everything to, which is even more painful. I felt the clothes on my body getting wet, and the sound of sobbing coming from my arms. Long Yu reluctantly raised his hand and stiffened for a while, still patting Yi King's back lightly. "But, don't say that, it feels pretty cool. The land of rain is located at the border of the land of fire, the land of water, the land of wind, and the land of thunder. As a buffer zone for the 4 major countries, it seems to allow business prosperity and economic transportation to develop. However, it has also become a battleground for soldiers. Once the war begins, the country of rain will become a battlefield. If it wasn't for a demigod mountain pepperfish and Hanzo, I'm afraid this place would have been razed to the ground." However, Hanzo's ambition of Sanshoyu also brought a lot of trouble to the land of rain. The Second Ninja World War was provoked by Yurin village, intending to expand its territory, but was later defeated by Konoha and became the main battlefield of the major ninja villages. "Long Yu, where do you want to go? There shouldn't be anything to see in Yurin village." Yi King looked at the dilapidated town ruins along the way. Lu Mei couldn't help frowning. For the past 2 days, she has been following behind Long Yu, and she is unable to take his place in the ninja world for all kinds of gossips. What kind of bloodthirsty, tough wrists, like to use force to oppress people, etc. Did not find it at all. If it really counts, then there is really one thing that can be called too brutal. That is to intimidate the 2-tailed beasts and ask them to help rub their backs. 3 Tails got out of the cloak and sniffed. "HMPH, you dead turtle, when did you get a dog's nose?" 4 Tails followed. However, for the tailed beasts, bickering should be regarded as the end of the day. At the beginning of the things that can be done, Yi King kept aloof from the 2 unsealed tailed beasts that Long Yu carried with him. But after contact, I found that these 2 big-tailed beasts have no morals and lower limits at all in order to please the young man in front of them. "Boss, look at this banana, its ripeness, aroma, and color. It's all first class, and the temperature is still good. Would you like to try it?" "Boss, don't eat it." As I saw the stinky monkey sleeping with this banana, I returned the banana halfway. "Hey, dead turtle, what are you talking about? what are you talking about? If you don't make it clear today, I'm not finished with you. Seeing the two big-tailed beasts tearing apart like Erha again, Yi King's cheeks twitched and he looked up at the sky. As a hero of Sand Ninja Village, he has participated in the suppression of tailed beasts many times. When I think of it, every time a guard crane runs rampant, the sky is full of wind and sand, and there are all kinds of rampages and killings. It is common to kill dozens or hundreds of elite ninjas, and it is good not to destroy half of the village in front of him. At the same time, it is too difficult to accept. Thinking about it, Yi King didn't have time to stop, and hit Long Yu's back directly. Is soft, and it comes with a heart-warming arrive. Yi King blushed and recovered. Looking at the tea house in front of him, the corpse lying in various places, his expression could not help changing. As a senior ninja, she saw a lot of news in an instant. It's the ninja of Yunin village, the guardian of the forehead and the family crest. It should be the person of Sanjiao Yuhanzhou. The neck wound was cut neatly, and there were no other injuries on the body. It should have been fatal. Based on the freshness of the blood, the time of death is around 30 minutes. Looking at Yi King who was in the scene in an instant, Long Yu patted her on the shoulder and said, as expected of a hero of Sand Ninja Village, he has a lot of battlefield experience. However, it seems that this time we encountered an interesting kid. Chapter 136, Little Ghost. You know who's the one who started it? Yi King was stunned. She only saw some general injuries, but there was no way to see who had done the poisoning. Now Long Yu can make inferences just by looking at it. This is not only the level of experience, but also the huge level of experience. Hee, just a guess. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, who can locate? Boss, let me come, I'm good at tracking. It's better to worry about your dog's nose. It's not good to delay the boss's affairs. Suddenly, a riot broke out again. Seeing the two-tailed beasts competing, Yi King couldn't help but smile bitterly. Few dozen miles away, this is the only small town within a radius of dozens of miles in the land of rain that was barely preserved during the war. 7 or 8 figures landed in the town. Looking at this inaccessible place, the head of the girl was wearing a red auspicious cloud, a black robe, and a girl with short blue hair had a look of gloom on her face. Xiao Nan, are you hurt again? Who was a few years older than Xiao Nan showed a gentle smile and said, I got news that this time the war between the 5 great powers seems to have entered a truce. After looking left and right to confirm that there were no outsiders, he said, my dad told me this. Don't worry about the authenticity of the matter. My dad is a famous name in the land of rain. It's true. Xiao Nanmei's eyes lit up, and the unhappiness just now dissipated in an instant. Man saw this, he immediately patted his chest and said, of course, I heard that it was because there was a ninja in Konoha Ninja Village that made the whole ninja world feel threatened. It seems that his name is Uchiha Ryu. But don't worry, I've become the god of rain, and this kind of thing is only touted by the 5 major countries. I can fight too by myself. He Xiaonan's expression suddenly changed. After the separation in Tangzhiguo that day, Xiaonan led the team back to Yurin village. Although he is determined to find out Long Yu's whereabouts, it is difficult for the Xiao organization to survive. Of the 3 most powerful people in the organization, Xiaonan has to perform tasks from time to time. Right now, she and Long Yu, the son of the famous name of the land of rain, did not come here to play in the mountains and rivers. The beheading cases that have occurred frequently in the land of rain in recent times. Although, in this kind of war situation, there will be frequent murders, and there are also many murderous ninjas who kill innocent people. Who appeared this time only shot at ninjas, and did not violence against ordinary people. This made the daimyo of the land of rain come forward and offer a reward to catch the murderer. In this sensitive period of any truce, regardless of the other party killed the people from the ninja village. Once something is committed in the country of rain, the 5 major countries will be held accountable, and I am afraid they will be counted. Moreover, the method of this person's murder is very brutal and skilled. and every time he makes a move, he is beheaded with one knife. Let there be more rumors about killing demons in the rain in the country of rain. Lord Xiaonan, it's raining again. There is a place in front of us. We can go and have a rest. A member of the Shangyunxiao organization, also dressed in red, opened his mouth and proposed. Xiaonan regained his senses and nodded in agreement. In the land of rain, rain is normal. Directly ignoring Long Yu's boast, the group walked quickly to the humble tea house. Maybe it's because this is a relatively intact city within a radius of dozens of miles, or it's because of rainy days. This made the tea house seem a bit lively. In addition to the group of them, there were 4 wandering ninjas with no discernible identity, a boy of 14 or 5 years old with bandages wrapped around his hands, and 2 figures in black robes. Boss, which little girl is that? A low voice. Are we going to say hello? Yi King looked at the teacup in his hand. He still remembered the last poisoning experience, but he still didn't drink the tea in the end, and looked at Xiaonan and his party who walked in. It's that Akatsuki's organization. Yi King raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Long Yu looked at Yi King with a hint of surprise. Yi King returned to his senses and explained, "Is she your little girlfriend who has traveled all the way here to meet people?" However, you may not know that this Xiao organization, after the start of the Third Ninja War, has continuously sent people to lobby the 5 major countries, but their identities are always insufficient. As a non-governmental organization, it is difficult to change the intentions of the 5 major countries. When the 3 generations of Cage disappeared, I was in charge of receiving it, so I have some impressions. Having said this, Yi King turned to Long Yu with a playful expression. However, Long Yu quickly pinched Chang's nose lightly and said, "You won't be jealous, don't be snarky, then killing people and demons in the rain is in this tea house." Boss, that guy is here. The 3 tails couldn't hold back their breath, and looked out from under the cloak. If it wasn't for his identity being too sensitive, Long Yu would have already warned him. I'm afraid it has already jumped out and started to ask any suspects. Long Yu, do you really think that person is here? Yi Kingliu frowned, and his eyes swept across the field. It finally fell on the 4 wandering ninjas. In her eyes, to slash a ninja's head straight down, it requires a huge amount of arm strength to do it. Xiaonan, wait a minute, I'll get someone to clean up a nearby. The location of the stove gives you a break. Long Yu gestured with his eyes, and immediately he walked out with 2 of his subordinates. After looking around for a while, he went straight to the boy who was sitting alone, with a dark face and a hard life. Regardless of age, number of people, or even location, that boy is very good. Moreover, in the eyes of Long Yu, in the huge tea house, if you want to pinch, of course, you have to pick soft persimmons and pinch them. That boy is going to be unlucky. Yi King couldn't help showing a hint of worry. As a hero of Sand Ninja Village, caring for the elderly and caring for the little ones is something I often do. If you think too much, he will die. Long Yu smiled playfully. The inexplicable words made Yi King first startled. Soon he saw that Long Yu had brought 2 guards to the boy. He casually threw a little piece of silver on the table and said, "Little devil, I'll settle this order for you. Hold the money and stay aside, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Duh, the voice of coercion echoed in the tea house. The 444 wandering ninjas couldn't help but follow the sound when they saw this scene. However, this look made their pupils shrink suddenly. Who had been burying his head in hard work suddenly raised his head. The bandaged mouth, there were sharp fangs, a pair of raised eyes, and a dark complexion. It gives people a kind of inexplicable feeling of timidity. Long Yu subconsciously took a half step back in horror. "Who are you?" Long Yu stammered and asked. However, in the face of this questioning, the kid suddenly grinned, and the words he spit out changed his expression drastically. "Your head is good, you can chop it off." Bang! The worn-out backpack on the table swelled with white mist. The next moment, a large knife that was already scarred and like a door panel appeared in the eyes of everyone. This big knife looks a bit unbearable in appearance, but it is very clean, and the pitted blade has also been polished to an abnormally smooth surface. Big knife appeared, the bandaged kid's right hand protruded like lightning and directly grabbed the hilt of the knife. The next moment, the awe-inspiring sound of breaking the air sounded. The seemingly heavy sword, as if there was nothing, slashed directly towards the three of Long Yu. The violent scene seemed extremely complicated. But the time before and after is only a short number of breaths. Waiting for everyone to react, the sound of the old big knife and the tearing of cloth has already sounded. PFF'd. Blood splattered, the huge head was thrown straight up, and the expression on his face was full of disbelief. But under this slight resistance, the second ninja suddenly woke up and hurriedly raised his arm to block. In his eyes, the strength of this knife has been exhausted, and compared with his life, it is better to give up an arm than to lose a small life. If you are lucky, I am afraid that this arm can continue to be used. Bang! The huge impact force instantly shattered the extravagant hopes in this ninja's mind. In the arms and neck just rushed to my mind. Soon he lost consciousness. Looking at the star-moving world and the familiar body, when his pupils contracted, there was only one last thought left in his mind. This is so powerful. Cut in two. This strike is like a broken bamboo, and it makes people feel like the scalp is numb. The so-called bones just seem to give people a paper-like taste. Everyone reacted. The blood-stained sword appeared in front of Long Yu. As the son of the daimyo, when did Long Yu see this battle? Even the golden life-saving time that the two subordinates had won was completely wasted, leaving only a face full of horror, watching the dilapidated big knife rapidly enlarge in the pupil. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. Several white paper shuriken took the lead and slammed into the big sword. Let the original slashing situation deviate from the original path. Paper shuriken shadow clone technique. Xiaonan clasped his hands together suddenly, and yelled angrily. Watching an oversight get two ninjas killed. The client of this mission was killed. For the Akatsuki organization, not only will they not be able to receive the bounty, but their reputation will also be damaged. The collapsing paper shuriken first stagnated in midair, and the next moment it flew up, like a sword shadow clone, turned into dozens of streaks, and fell head-on towards the bandaged kid like a torrential rain. Humph! Bandaged kid snorted coldly, swung the big sword horizontally with his backhand, and directly blocked the paper shuriken in the sky. The door-like blade completely covered most of his figure. Dang dang dang! A series of metal sparks splashed down, and the paper shuriken flying in the sky was directly bounced. Do it, he is the one who kills the devil in the rain, don't let him run away. Seeing that Xiaonan missed a move, he immediately shouted in a hurry. The voice fell, the two members of the Xiao organization next to them also set out to take action. However, as soon as they moved, they saw the bandaged kid, who suddenly stabbed the big knife in his hand to the ground. His hands flew quickly, and formed a series of magic marks. Chapter 137. No more cuts. The speed of the seal was so fast that it was completed in just a few breaths. Water escape water dragon ball technique. The surrounding water vapor was quickly extracted and squeezed dry, and the huge water dragon condensed. Dragon roar. Like a hidden dragon coming out of the abyss, it slams straight towards the attacking ninja. Bang! The water dragon is soaring to the sky, with a posture like 1,000 fists, rolling out from the sky. The entire tea house was broken in an instant. The faces of the two Xiao group ninjas and Long Yu, who were the first to bear the brunt, changed dramatically in an instant. However, the speed of retreat is obviously a bit insufficient compared to the attack speed of the water dragon bullet. Paper escape paper shield wall. Xiao Nanjiao shouted, the last magic seal in her hand fell, and a large piece of white paper was rolled up on her body, hitting the water dragon directly like a hurricane. The next moment, a huge paper wall was constructed in the void. Boom! The water dragon hit the paper wall with the posture of Wan Jun. The splashing water waves washed away all around, forming large water waves. Xiaonan threw himself on Long Yu's side, grabbed his shoulders and said, "Come on, the speed and strength of slaying demons in the rain are first class, beyond expectations, absolutely capable of it's called elite Jonin. In this rainy day, the power of the water escape will be stronger, and it will be difficult for us to confront him head-on." For Xiaonan's Jidun, it seems to be a very rare bloodline boundary, and the means of attack are also very convenient and quick. However, let alone oil, once it encounters water, its speed and power will be weakened. Therefore, it is not suitable to fight against the demon in the rain. Long Yu hurriedly nodded, completely forgetting the Joinin identity that he had boasted about the moment before. "It's foggy. I don't know," Hu exclaimed. The next moment, the white fog that permeated all around gave people an unusually thick, lingering feeling. The strange scene made Xiaonan and the others suddenly tense. "It's this trick again, that's slaying the demons in the rain. Is it a member of the elite assassination team in the village of Fog Ninja?" Yi King watched this scene. Chang's nose twitched, showing an expression of disgust. Not long ago, she suffered a lot from this trick. If it hadn't been for Uchiha Ryu to save her, I'm afraid she'd already be stunned by now. However, this time, I was in the thick fog, but I didn't panic at all. Looking at Long Yu who was watching the play with interest, my nervous mood couldn't help but relax. Has always lived in front of the world as a hero of Sand Ninja Village, always protecting this, protecting that. Now, I finally understand what it means to be protected. Didn't you say that you guessed the identity of killing the demon in the rain? Why didn't you do it? Your little girlfriend is in deep danger." Yi King couldn't help but said. Long Yu smiled and shook his head. "It's a good show, it's just starting now." It was only now that Yi King was stunned for a moment, and after seeing it in just a few breaths, it became so intense that it was almost impossible to see. Long Yu, who was sitting in front of him, seemed even more surprised. This scene is even more powerful than the foggy silent killing technique performed by the ghost lamp full moon. Hurry up and use the wind escape to dispel these mists. Xiaonan let out a loud cry. With other ninjas, slightly back to back, hands quickly knotted together. Too slow. The voice of the bandaged kid came out suddenly, with a hoarse tone, giving people a feeling like it was coming out of the abyss in hell. The fog in the sky rolled back slightly, and an old machete slashed towards a ninja. The speed is fast, and the direction of the attack is tricky, giving people a feeling that there is no way to hide. "Water escape, water array." A coquettish shout came suddenly. An awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, he preemptively hit the swinging sword. Under the crack of the huge water ball, it turned into a sky and rose up, forming a huge water wave, trapping the demon killer in the rain hidden in the fog instantly. The wind escapes the typhoon. After drinking again and again, the thick mist was the first to loosen. The next moment, the hurricane rolled like a tide, instantly blowing away the fog in the sky. After waiting for everything in front of us, the kingdom was restored, and most of the huge tea house was in ruins. Originally, the people from the quartet forces, only Long Yu and Yi King were left sitting in place. As for the other 4 wandering ninjas, their cloaks have been lifted, revealing their true appearances. However, compared with the other 3 people wearing masks, the one who led the team was a woman with scarlet hair. Even a black cloak could not hide his graceful figure. The skin like suet and white jade perfectly supports the beauty. She is the genius Terumi Mei of Kirin village. How could she appear here? Yi King's expression froze. It can be said that Terumi Mei and the genius ninja of the same period, in the Third Ninja War, also broke into the illustrious prestige. The technique of escaping the water prison by water. Terumi Mei made a move, it was a resolute move. Seeing that the slasher was trapped in the water column in the rain, he was obviously unwilling to let it go. Under the change of the double surgical seal, the water column changed instantly, and the body converged. Made into a water prison, killing people and demons in the rain, and trapped them directly. What the hell is going on here? Xiaonan's expression was stagnant, half of the magic seal formed in his hand, and he couldn't help but stop. This is a matter of our Mist Ninja Village, and it has nothing to do with you. Terumi Mei obviously didn't have the heart to explain. After glancing left and right, he shouted coldly, "Come on, go up and inject him with tranquilizers and escort him back." Got it, Terumi-sama. The three masked Kirin Anbu immediately jumped out. However, as soon as he approached the water prison, he saw the demon beheaded in the rain, and collapsed into the water with a puff. Water body. Terumi Mei and Conan were both startled. Soon as he reacted, he saw a wavy water pattern appearing in a pool of water beside Long Yu. Be careful. Terumi Mei screamed and tried to block it. Pity that the distance is a little far away, and I can't catch up at all in 1 hour or 3. I could only watch the water ripples surging, and a figure burst out of the water, and the shabby big knife in his hand suddenly slashed towards Uchiha Ryu's neck. Be careful. Yi King's face changed drastically. She thought that Uchiha Ryu would block or dodge. No matter how bad it is, it can be displayed, and Susanoo, who will reveal his identity, is better than being dumb like this. Pity that Yi King didn't have time to make a shot at such a swift and violent attack in front of him at such a close distance. Then he saw the worn-out big knife slashing on Long Yu's neck. Dang! The sound of heavy metal crashing suddenly reverberated. No head flipped, no blood splashed. The slashing like a broken bamboo fell on Long Yu's neck, as if hitting a diamond. There was a feeling of being unable to shake. Facing this strange scene, the ninjas present showed an expression of disbelief while their pupils shrank. Are you the one? The kid who is called Zai Zai Fu? Long Yu picked up the hot tea in his hand, took a sip, then turned his head to look at Slasher in the rain beside him. Looking at the bandaged boy in front of him, this little devil sounded extremely harsh. The understated gesture made everyone in the field stunned in shock. The big sword that seemed to be like a broken bamboo, the sound of the echo that fell on Long Yu's neck, as if running through the soul, made their hearts tremble. If it were meant for a corpse lying on the ground, cut in two and easily beheaded. They will never believe that the scene in front of them is real. No matter who you are, everyone I like must die. No more hoarse voice sounded. If this was a beheading sword, you would have been too arrogant. The big sword in his hand suddenly flipped down, and the anger slashed towards Long Yu again. Awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air echoed around, and the strong wind it brought overturned the cloak on Long Yu's head. The scarlet eyes are like blood, giving people a kind of shocking feeling. Jugoyu turned around in vain, and the blood-colored pupil power rushed out like a disaster. Bang! A knife fell, and it smashed into Susanoo's ribs. The huge shock-reversing force made the old sword in his hand shatter under the severe pain, and the next moment it shattered with a sound. The flying blade was inserted obliquely on the pillar in the distance, and most of it was submerged in response. Uchiha Ryu, who was still sitting quietly in the same place with a flat face, everyone's nerves suddenly exploded. Yes, it is Konoha's rebellion, blood-colored Asura Uchiha Long Yu. Why did he appear here? Exclamation completely broke the dead silence in the arena. The face of Uchiha Ryu, who was enough to become a legend in recent times, no one will be calm. The 5 warring countries also proposed a truce. That means that the boy in front of him can be described as left and right, the existence of the battlefield. Just said to Zaibujian, in the face of absolute strength, has no sense of disobedience at all. 2 looked about the same age, but all seemed pale before their famous and murderous name. If you don't cut it, run away. Terumi Mei snorted softly. Her mission is to hunt down the ghosts and not cut them back to the village. However, in the face of Uchiha Ryu, who suddenly stabbed his foot, and no longer cut him, he could no longer distinguish the enemy from me. Now, the only thing we can do is to join forces against the enemy. Water escape water Dragon Ball technique. Terumi Mei's double surgery seal was quickly formed. As a genius of Mist Ninja Village, the speed is completely overwhelmed and will not be cut off. In just 2 or 3 breaths, I saw the last magic seal fall. The water mist gathered in the sky, turned into a huge water dragon of dozens of meters, accompanied by the sound of the dragon's roar, and rushed straight towards the dragon feather. Zibi Yuzan suddenly woke up, and with a backhand squeeze, he displayed the water escape technique, and disappeared in place in an instant. The next moment, I saw the water dragon coming straight towards Long Yu. However, Jugo Jade's writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and Susanoo, who was originally only a half-form, quickly generated. Skeleton is reshaped, and the armor covers the whole body in the blink of an eye. Chapter 138, The Feeling of Despair. Was about tens of meters tall, appeared, he smashed the tea house in an instant. Looking at the water dragon coming, his right hand suddenly stuck out. Bang! The 5 fingers suddenly grabbed it, and the water dragon, which was crushed by the Wanjun gesture, instantly grabbed the neck like a worm. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, it was crushed abruptly. Bang! The water dragon collapsed, turning into an endless wave of water and breaking away, instantly smashing the crumbling Chaliao away. Who was hiding in the tea house, shivered as he looked at the oncoming water waves, but he couldn't react. Gods fight, mortals suffer. In war, it is an unchanging law for everyone. Xiaonan was about to return to help, when he saw a roar from the ground, and an earthen wall quickly rose. The sudden scene made Xiaonan stunned for a moment, and soon discovered that the person who performed the surgery was the woman behind Long Yu. It'll be fine if you don't cut it. As soon as Terumi Mei landed on the ruins, she looked at the 3 Karenin Anbu beside her, and Zabuza who had a livid face. However, her more attention was still on the huge, Asura-like, blood-colored Susanoo in front of her. She had already heard everything about Konoha's rebellion and blood-colored Asura, but when she really faced it, her heart seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand. Is this a sense of oppression from the huge gap in strength? Although Terumi Mei is only 18 or 19 years old, she was born in the fog of blood and has experienced many battles. Having already developed a keen sense of touch, she asked herself that she had faced many enemies, even the 4th generation of Mizukage Yutaki Yakura. It's just that there has never been such an unfathomable and unpredictable feeling in front of him. If you don't cut it, wait for a while and I will create an opportunity. You are waiting for the opportunity to lead them to escape. Don't look back. This person's strength cannot be determined. Out a deep breath, and after forcing her composure, she looked at Uchiha Ryu. The next moment, both hands flew quickly, forming a series of spells, and when the last one fell, the chakra accumulated in the mouth quickly changed. The art of melting and melting monsters. The hot liquid, like a wave of water, opened its mouth and sprayed towards Susanoo. That fell like a sky. Long Yu smiled with great interest. He remembered that in the original book, the 5 Shadows meeting was held, and Sasuke Uchiha committed suicide and took the Snake Squad to attack. In the end, he was pressed to the ground and rubbed hard. Even the full-body Susanoo that he had displayed was easily melted by this rotting monster. Aren't you defensive? Yi King couldn't help but ask. As an old opponent of the same period, she had fought against Terumi Mei many times on the battlefield, and she knew that this move in front of her had high-intensity corrosive acid. I'm so bored. I want to test her strength. Long Yu smiled warmly, facing the magic of dissolving monsters, as if turning a blind eye. Seeing such a despised scene, a trace of anger appeared on Terumi Mei's face, and she secretly clenched her fists. When he saw the magic of dissolving monsters and hit Susanoo, his face was filled with joy, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "It really works." The fiery magic of dissolving monsters hit Susanoo's body like a wave of water. At the moment when the Zira sounded, Susanoo, who was supposed to cut off even the big sword, showed signs of melting. Although the speed of this melting is very fast, in the face of this, Susanoo, who is known as an absolute defense in the ninja world, can cause substantial damage, which is enough. Uchiha Ryu, it looks like you will be defeated too. Terumi Mei's face flashed a hint of eagerness to try, and under her clenched fists, there was an inexplicable confidence. In the face of the unfathomable powerhouse, there will be a heart of awe. But the magic of dissolving monsters in front of him can play a miraculous effect, and even Susanoo, who is known as an absolute defense, can also corrode and melt. This made Terumi Mei eat a reassurance pill. Does this little thing make you float? The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magical sounds, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Who had been corroded beyond recognition, they didn't know where Long Yu's confidence came from. Little things. Terumi Mei's expression was stagnant, and she said, I will show you the strength of the genius of the Mist Ninja. You give me a raid, and today I have to bring you, the arrogant, here. Yes, the Anbu of the 3 Kirin shinobi should come down, and there was an inexplicable excitement in their words. If you can't even break the absolute defense, it's called despair. Right now, Susanoo has been corroded to a lesser extent, and for them, it is the hope of victory. Once it is successful, Konoha will be betrayed, and the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Longyu will be beheaded. Then they will be famous in the whole ninja world, not to mention in the Fog Ninja Village, and even their status in the Great Ninja world will also rise. Water Escape Water Dragon Ball Technique. Let's go away. The art of escaping the great waterfall by water. 3 Mist Ninja Anbu, with one shot, showed their elite demeanor. It can be said that the start is a big move, although the water dragon bullet that was displayed is inferior to the water dragon bullet that Terumi Mei just cast. However, in the Blessing of Leiden, and the Great Falls. With the help of the technique, the monstrous might, like a huge giant wolf, was photographed towards Susanoo. Boom! The rolling roar is almost endless. Under the rolling waves, the ruins of the Chaliao were directly submerged. This blow, although the magic of dissolving monsters will be dispelled, but what they have to do is to contain Uchiha Longyu and buy time for Terumi Mei. That were flying over, the magic seals quickly formed, and looking at the Uchiha Ryu who was still indifferent in the water waves, Terumi Mei's face showed a hint of stubbornness. It's even more of a fight. As a genius of this era, who doesn't want to defeat the famous blood-colored Asura, who has resounded in the world of ninja, and completely come to the forefront? The technique of boiling and escaping the mist. After drinking again and again, when the last magic seal fell, Terumi Mei opened her mouth, and the steaming hot mist rushed towards Uchiha Longyu like a frenzy. You go, no matter what. Was a tree or a rock, everything melted away as quickly as spring snow meets the sun. The speed of this melting is several points stronger than the monster dissolving technique just now. The violent scene made Yi King's complexion change drastically, and the moment she saw Uchiha Ryu, she was stunned by the sight of the scene. He is smiling. The warm smile exudes an inexplicable meaning at this moment. When the skillful mist from the sky fell on Susanoo, the rapidly melting armor and skeleton tightened everyone's nerves. This is about whether it is the Mist Ninja genius Terumi Mei can win, or the key battle method for Konoha's rebel ninja blood-colored Asura to win. Very good, you are the first person I have met who can break through the defense of Susanoo in full form. Longyu finally said with a smile. So, you are qualified to let me start the serious mode and see the strongest defense of the ultimate form. Kaleidoscope boosting eye. The 9-hook jade writing wheel eye turned violently like a hurricane, and the scarlet blood color exploded in the pupil like a blood tide at this moment. Exudes catastrophe-like pupil power, turns into a blood-colored beam of light, and goes straight to the sky above the 9 heavens with a posture like a broken bamboo. The backlogged lead cloud was instantly broken down. Susanoo, who was melting away quickly, had a stagnation at this moment. The next moment, things changed quickly. Skeleton is reborn, the armor is restored, and under the infusion of violent pupil power. Instantly condensed 100 meters high, 3 heads and 6 arms, and a ferocious Asura face, like a death-urging life, shaking people's hearts. No, it should be said that looking up at Susanoo, the ultimate form that looks like a god and a demon descended, the shocking feeling penetrated directly into the depths of the soul. When I thought about it, I swore that I would behead Uchiha Ryu just now. Regardless of. It was the 3 Kirin shinobi Anbu who attacked the formation, or Terumi Mei. Even the bystanders such as Zai Zai Yuzan and Xiao Nan had their cheeks burning. The advantage of the previous moment, in this so-called serious mode, is as vulnerable as a turkey. Facing this absolute gap, it seemed as if there was an invisible big hand clenching the heart. Is this his true strength? Yi King was also stunned. By Uchiha Ryu in Kirin village, she thought she had seen the strength of Ryu clearly. However, the scene in front of her made her clearly understand that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Thinking of it, the pretentious Terumi Mei threatened to kill Long Yu. The so-called advantage occupied just now only made the young man in front of him slightly interested. At this moment, Long Yu felt like the sky to Yi King. Messy thoughts flashed in Yi King's mind. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. His pupils shrank suddenly, his eye sockets almost split. Looking at the turbulent lead clouds in the sky, Yi King couldn't help but exclaimed. "Hurry up! Run away! Run away!" The hysterical roar instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Before I could think about it, I subconsciously raised my head and looked up at the sky, and the sight of the scene smashed my soul, and the last glimmer of extravagance was hoped. That was like destroying the sky, and the earth pierced through the lead cloud, and the powerful air pressure impacted it like an invisible big hand pressing down. The blown bang's hair, at this moment, makes people tremble involuntarily. Is this a feeling of despair? Terumi Mei opened her dry lips, and clasped her trembling arms with her hands. Look at the huge meteorite that falls from the sky and has a diameter of several kilometers. The tense nerves, with the words that fell in the ears, were like the straw that crushed the camel, and the nerves were completely broken. Enjoy this serious mode. The first natural obstacle will be easier to carry, but the second one, what can you do? Long Yu smiled playfully. A small voice echoed in the heaven and earth, under the shock of everyone's heart. The sound of thumping heavy objects falling to the ground can be heard incessantly. Regardless of Kirin shinobi or a member of Akatsuki's organization, they all fell to their knees weakly. A meteorite that fell in one day has already made them feel hopeless. Now I tell them that this is just foreplay, and even their last glimmer of hope has been completely annihilated. Chapter 139, Play a Game. If there is really one word to describe it, is the person in front of you still a human being? That's a god. Bang! Terumi Mei knelt on the ground in response, looking at the meteorite rolling down quickly in the sky. The so-called genius name is completely vulnerable. In a short moment, hundreds of ninjutsu flashed in her mind. But in the face of the serious mode in Long Yu's mouth, it is completely pale and powerless. Whoosh! A sound of breaking the air rang out first. The movement was staggering, and the pretty face was pale and sweaty. However, under the strong trembling of his body, Xiao Nan rushed to Uchiha Ryu at the fastest speed at the moment. He clearly knew that only the young man in front of him could crack the lore situation in front of him. Dragon Feather. Xiao Nan was in a hurry. Figure flickered quickly and rushed to Uchiha Ryu. However, this shivering, trembling body made it difficult for Xiao Nan to maintain his normal speed. Stumbled under his feet, lost his balance, and fell head-on towards the ruins ahead. Seeing this violent scene, Xiao Nan's pale complexion changed drastically, and it was too late to forcefully twist his body. The most important thing, if you fall like this, for her, it will lose the most crucial opportunity to intercede. Bang! The dull crashing sound came out, and Xiao Nan's falling body was instantly stabilized. The warm big hand directly hugged Xiao Nan around the waist into his arms. Being close at hand, the cheeks with a warm smile made Xiao Nan's expression tighten, and he didn't care that the round shape was squeezed and deformed, and said in a hurry, Long Yu, don't mess around, they all know it's wrong. Can you stop this meteorite quickly? I know you have a way. As long as you can do it, I can promise you any conditions. The hasty voice echoed in the despairing meteorite space. In Xiao's organization, Xiaonan has always been the person with the strongest kindness. Just as Jiraiya commented on Xiaonan, because she is pure as white as paper, she has the art of escaping from paper like an angel. Seeing Xiaonan with a little flustered face, his face covered in sweat with anxiety, Long Yu smiled and reached out and rubbed Xiaonan's hair lightly, and said, I just have a bad problem, and I can't refuse a woman's request. Terumi Mei, are you right? Mei, who was in despair, looked stagnant, and did not expect that Long Yu would strike up a conversation with her at this juncture. If it were normal times, she would have been so arrogant that she shook her head and ignored it, violently taking lessons. Pity that for the first time, she chose to bow her head arrogantly, abandon the crown of the genius of the Fog Ninja Village, and bowed heavily to Long Yu, and said urgently, please save us. Dragon Feather. Yi King also clenched his hands and let out a soft cry. In the same camp, helping the enemy to intercede, this is absolutely not something that should appear. But as a former hero of the Sand Ninja Village, Yi King obviously couldn't give up this virgin mentality. Feeling the changing atmosphere in an instant, Long Yu shrugged helplessly and said, then wake up. Inexplicable words, as if infused with magic sound, penetrated directly into the soul. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the sky in front of him shattered like a mirror. The next moment, before they could react, the whole world turned into a vortex like a star, and a vortex forcibly tore their consciousness out, waiting for everyone's thoughts to recover. The scene in front of me once again shook my heart. Time seemed to go back half a minute ago. Uchiha Long Yu, still sitting in the same position, holding hot tea in his hand. The old big sword in his hand was not chopped, but it was chopped on the rib, and it was broken at the sound, and it was inserted obliquely on a pillar not far away. Under the cloak that was blown away, the pair of scarlet, blood-like nine-hooked jade writing wheel eyes exuded a terrifying light. But the only constant is the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground one after another. Regardless of it's Kirin Anbu, or a member of Akatsuki's organization, even Terumi Mei, including Zabuzuki, who is known as a ghost. The whole person seemed to be collapsed, and fell down on the bottom. The sound of wheezing, the wet clothes. It felt like a drowning person being rescued. Looking around the entire tea house, only Uchiha Ryu was alone, and he was able to enjoy hot tea and meatballs leisurely. No, there should still be old shop owners who were confused. In his eyes, this group of ninjas just slapped up and down and collapsed. Just now, was it an illusion? After Yi King slowed down for half a minute, he took the lead in adjusting his mind and asked. During the reading of the month, I personally experienced a scene like the end of the day. But the subconscious told Yi King that she was Long Yu's companion, so she was not completely desperate, so she reacted so easily. As for the others, they were still in a huge gap like drowning, unable to react for a long time. This is one of my pupil techniques, but I didn't expect that no one would be able to break free. Long Yu took a sip of hot tea. In the original work, Uchiha Obito is obsessed with launching infinite monthly reading, claiming to change the world. This is enough to prove the power of this illusion space. Of the booster eye, one will catch one. Remove. Not to have shadow level means, and strong illusion skills, or to always be on guard against the powerhouse of the moon reading from the beginning. Otherwise, it will be difficult to break free in monthly reading. Just an illusion. Yi King was stunned. With one trick of illusion, her nemesis, the arrogant girl of Mist Ninth Village, was subdued. No, to be precise, it was sweeping the field. But when he thought of the heaven-destroying earth-destroying star, Yi King couldn't help it, and asked eagerly, is everything true just now? For this seemingly idiot-like question, those who were present at the scene did not dare to laugh at the slightest bit. They clearly knew that Yi King was asking whether Long Yu could display everything in the illusion in reality. Faced with this question, there was an inexplicable urgency on everyone's face. Hey, guess what? Long Yu laughed dryly, loosened his bones, and stood up in front of everyone's eyes. Okay, I've finished drinking the tea, and ate a lot of meatballs. It's time to do some exercise and digest it. Are you going together or one by one? The words that came out suddenly, if he hadn't experienced the despairing scene just now, perhaps Terumi-Mei would have made an ambitious speech. However, now facing Long Yu's pair of scarlet eyes, his arrogant head was suppressed again. I admit defeat, I hope you can give me a good time. Terumi-Mei spoke first. These words fell, the other ninjas, even the most trash, Long Yu, who was frightened in the urine field, nodded again and again. Looking at this scene, Long Yu suddenly felt bored. One step, she appeared beside Terumi-Mei like a ghost. His right hand, he gently pinched her chin that was as white as suet and white jade, and with a genial smile, he reached out and flicked her forehead. Don't worry, I'm not a person who likes to kill, otherwise the illusion just now really exists. Long Yu smiled and let go. Rubbing Terumi-Mei's head, he said, next time you dare to challenge me again, it will be a spanking. Clap. A crisp slap sounded suddenly. Terumi-Mei's whole body tensed up like an electric shock. Feeling the burning sensation in that place, his cheeks turned crimson for a while, he hurriedly looked at Long Yu, and said weakly, isn't it next time? Oh, a slap can change a life, do you still need to slap your mouth? Long Yu smiled with interest. However, as soon as this joke came out, he instantly regretted it. Looking at the group of Kirin Anbu, as well as other members of the Akatsuki organization, they all turned their bodies sideways and pouted their buttocks high, as if waiting for chrysanthemums. Let Long Yu want to kick and fly over. Come on, I will too. A decisive voice came out of Zai Bi Yuzan's mouth. Seeing the dignified ghost man not slashing any longer and making such an arrogant butt-pushing gesture, Long Yu's cheeks twitched uncontrollably. The dilapidated tea house, after this commotion, the depressed atmosphere in the venue seems to have eased. Long Yu, can you let them go? This is the land of rain after all. Xiaonan was the first to lose his temper. In the current time of war, any trace of contradiction will become the beginning of war. The sweet girl of the sky from the Mist Ninja Village appeared here. Once there is an accident in the country of rain, it will evolve into the incident of the disappearance of the 3 generations of Kazekage, giving the country of water an excuse to invade the country of rain. Although, in the current environment, because of the matter of Uchiha Ryu, the 5 Shadows Conference is proposed, intending to draw an end to the Third Ninja War. It's just that weak countries have no diplomacy, and once the water country bites this matter, I am afraid it will cause unnecessary disputes. What's more, this incident had something to do with the Akatsuki organization, and Xiaonan was even more reluctant to see Terumi-Mei killed. Of course there's no problem. Making Anbu Mistinobu in the arena secretly relieved. They are not afraid of death, but in the face of this inevitable death situation, no one is willing to sacrifice in vain. However, there is one thing I need to confirm. Long Yu looked at Zai Buku, which made everyone in the field tense. Mei looked anxious, and said, Uchiha Ryu, if you don't cut it as a rebel of the Kirin village, we will handle it properly. For the damage caused this time, our Kirin village will give a satisfactory answer. In Terumi-Mei's eyes, Uchiha Ryu is obviously related to the girls of Akatsuki's organization. Just now, he killed 2 ninjas without killing them, so it is only natural for Long Yu to pursue them. No, I'm not interested in your Mist Ninja reply. Long Yu smiled and shook his head. It can be said that I don't care at all about the style of your 5 major countries. However, that kid, who doesn't kill me again, didn't you say that as long as you have a beheading sword, you can kill me? Why don't we play a game? The faces of the people present at the game changed drastically in an instant. If they haven't seen the scene in the illusion space, they still have the courage to fight. However, after seeing the scene of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, who would dare to take action against Uchiha Long Yu? Chapter 140, 7 Ninja Swords. That's nothing but self-destruction. What's the matter, don't you dare? Long Yu smiled and took out a simple scroll with his backhand. On it that looked like a cloud of water instantly made Kuroko Anbu, as well as Terumi Mei, see the clues even if they didn't cut it. The ninja psychic scroll of the Ghost Lamp clan. No matter what. No matter where the shinobi is, as long as you use this scroll, you can forcibly summon it from a distance. That there is no special seal on the ninja sword. In the original book, this scroll finally disappeared in the village of Mist Ninja with the death of the Ghost Lamp full moon. And the Ghost Lamp clan can't escape the annihilation of the historical trend, the huge shadow level family. In the end, only Ghost Lamp and Water Moon are left. Uchiha Ryayu, this scroll requires the Ghost Lamp clan, and a special knotting technique to be able to channel the ninja sword. I am afraid that it is difficult for an outsider to do it. Terumi Mei spoke first. When she saw Yi King and Uchiha Ryayu staying together, she already knew that it was Uchiha Ryayu who attacked the Ghost Lamp full moon and rescued the hero of Sand Ninja Village. If it was replaced by other opponents, she would have already shot violently. But in the face of Uchiha Longyu, she still chose not to break this relationship. No, the method used is recorded in this scroll. It may be difficult for others, but I am quite confident in my talent. Longyu smiled and spread out the scroll. There are a total of 7 mysterious taboo seals on it, and the name of the ninja sword is also left. And at the end of the scroll, there are still the order and techniques of the seals required by the psychic scroll. Among them, the operation mode of chakra has been left with text and reminders many times. Long Yu, I didn't mean to dissuade you, but the 4th generation of Mizuying-sama also tried to use this scroll, but it still failed. Terumi Mei opened her mouth and said. Long Yu looked at Terumi Mei with a smile and said, You mean, am I going to fail? Faced with this question, Terumi Mei's expression froze, and she nodded stubbornly. Yes, your talent may be outstanding, and there is a special way to control this ninja psychic scroll, but it should not be possible now. 4 generations of water shadows, in the village of Mist Ninja, but known as a peerless genius. Is it? Long Yu smiled warmly, but an ethereal system voice appeared in his mind. Ding dong. Does the host immediately when the ninja swordsmanship is detected? Instantly full. Sure enough, the smile on Long Yu's face became even stronger, and a thought moved in his mind, and he issued an order in an instant. Immediately. Instantly full. Host, please wait a moment. Congratulations to the host, the ninja sword psychic technique has been successfully fully leveled in an instant. Accompanied by a warm current of information that rushed into his mind, Long Yu looked at this smooth scroll and said with a smile, There are many kinds of geniuses, maybe I just happen to be a kind of evildoer, let me try it first. Whatever you want, I hope you won't hit a wall. Looking at Uchiha Ryayu who was going his own way, Terumi Mei did not continue to refute. However, as soon as the voice fell, the sight of her eyes made her pupils shrink suddenly. Uchiha Ryu moved instantly. His hands flew like wheels, and the speed was so fast that it brought up a series of afterimages that the naked eye couldn't keep up with. That kind of feeling like moving clouds and flowing water is not like the first time to use this ninja swordsmanship. The last magic seal fell, powerful spatial fluctuations emerged from the seal scroll, and 7 rays of light emerged at the same time. The 7 congregations of ninja swordsmanship. Bang! White mist emerged, and 7 ninja knives of various shapes appeared out of thin air. It turned out to be a success. Terumi Mei was stunned. A moment ago, she had sworn to herself, talking about the ninja psychic scroll that even the 4th generation of water shadows could not use. Now that Long Yu has channeled 7 ninja knives at once, this slap in the face is too fast. For Terumi Mei, even if it fails once, it is a trace of comfort. However, this Uchiha Ryayu, who is known as Konoha's Rebellion and blood-colored Asura, succeeded in one shot. Looking at this shocking scene in front of me, I was still amazed, and only that sentence remained in my mind. There are many kinds of geniuses, and I happen to belong to the category of evildoers. 7 ninja swords. No longer cut his expression suddenly. In Mist Ninja Village, the ninja sword is second only to Mizukage, or the elite assassination team directly under Mizukage. It can be said that as long as it is the Anbu ninja of the Mist Ninja Village, there is an inexplicable morbid yearning and respect for the 7 people of ninja swords. Especially like the mentality called ghosts, such as not cutting again, it is abnormal. Choose whatever you want. If you like it, you can use 7 of them. Long Yu smiled playfully. People live forever. If there is no pursuit at all, then it is salted fish. Although many people like to be a salted fish, at least they need to have the life of being a salted fish. At least, Long Yu is not, and the one in front of him is not even more so. Can I really? Eyes, there was a fiery flash in his eyes, and he couldn't help but look at Long Yu. Of course. Long Yu nodded with a smile and said, however, once you make a choice, you may die. The ninja who died at the scene couldn't help but grunt. Sounded, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. If it was them, I'm afraid they wouldn't hesitate to turn around and leave. Long Yu, are these ninja knives unowned? What if they are fighting and suddenly run out of weapons? Yi King said coldly. To her information, when Uchiha Long Yu rebelled in Konoha Ninja Village, he took away 2 mist ninjas and 7 people. Now that all 7 ninja swords have been summoned away at once, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and looked at the 7 ninja knives in front of him, feeling that he had really forgotten about it. Cough cough, they are all monsters, they should be fine, and it's only a momentary thing, even if you really want to complain, that's the cauldron of the ghost lamp full moon. Long Yu said with a dry smile. Terumi Mei and the others' cheeks couldn't help twitching. This was shot while lying down. I've chosen. The sound of knots slashing suddenly sounded. The next moment, an awe-inspiring sound of breaking the air suddenly came out. The cold light circulated on the blade, and with the attitude of rushing to thunder, it slashed towards the neck of Uchiha Long Yu. If you don't cut it, you are too shameless. Yi King's face changed, and he shouted in a hurry. She never thought that Zaibuzhen would take advantage of the time when she was talking with Long Yu to suddenly attack. HMPH, what a shame, for us assassins, as long as we can achieve our goals, we will do whatever we can. No more grim smiles. Feeling the beheading sword in his hand as if fused into one, a frenzy appeared on his face. I appreciate your shamelessness. In order to show respect for your shamelessness, I just used ninjutsu, I hope you can survive. Long Yu smiled warmly. Looking at the attacking beheading sword, the chakra in the body exploded instantly like a torrent. Under the sudden surge of purple thunder, the next moment came the sound of sonic booms of torn fabrics in the air. Was originally standing there, disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. The beheading sword failed at once. However, it is worthy of the original novel who dared to assassinate Mizukage, and was able to retreat completely. Although it was the first time he had come into contact with the beheading sword, that feeling of ease of use made him instantly let the failed attack come back suddenly, stopping his slashing posture. Be careful, he's up there. Terumi Mei hurriedly stood up, tensing her nerves that she would not cut it again. Hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the figure wrapped around the thunder light, like a battle axe, slashed down. Ninjutsu Lei Dunyi Axe Shenlei. The thunder roared into the sky, and it crashed down with a tenacious posture. Rolling like a tidal wave, in the blink of an eye, it was approaching the front of the uncut. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in his pupils, not only did his face change drastically, but he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly raised the beheading sword in his hand to block it. Bang! A dull thunder-like collision sounded into the sky. Endless thunder, the huge impact force made the ground under Zaibuzhen's feet shattered. The next moment, the sound of crackling and cracking shook everyone's nerves. The moment they hurriedly looked at the beheading sword, unbelievable thoughts appeared in their minds. Broken. Boom. Half of the big sword collapsed in response, and the endless thunder light, like a frenzy, directly swallowed the unchopping. Along with the huge earthquake on the ground, one after another hideous cracks quickly spread around. Gravel splashed, and the sand and dust rolled back, causing the onlookers to withdraw and retreat. Everything returned to calm. A huge deep pit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Holding a large beheading sword, covered in blood, he was curled up and lay in the rubble. Oh, it's so boring, it's not enough to be a little serious. Long Yu reluctantly retrieved the half-decapitation sword in Zaibujan's hand. With the backhand not in his hand, the 7 great ninja swords immediately. Don't turn back the psychic. The battle is really over in an instant. Terumi-Mei opened her slightly dry lips. Just now, she was still lying down for the ghost lamp full moon and was shot, feeling sympathy, completely ignoring the true meaning of what Long Yu said. Even in the Mist Ninja Village, the so-called ghost man can't take the next move even if he doesn't slash. The young man in front of him, what level of real strength has he achieved? When he thought of the notification proposal from the 3 generations of Hokage not long ago, Terumi-Mei was shocked. Don't take the initiative to provoke Uchiha Ryu. Take him back. If he doesn't die, you can come to me if you are interested. I like his shamelessness. Long Yu kicked directly at Zaibujan's body. The 1-meter-8 body, under Long Yu's feet, flew straight towards the Anbu of Kirin like a sandbag. The violent scene, although they were in a hurry, especially when they heard the sound of bones shattering, it made people feel chills. But in the face of Uchiha Longyu's request, they dare not be slighted. He hurriedly took action to cut off the blood-covered body. The breath is weak, the punch just now didn't hit, but there are signs of high-temperature burns all over the body. As soon as Mistinobu Anbu caught it, he hurriedly checked the situation. However, as their inspections unfolded, their faces turned pale.